can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Speak only English on the TV table, please. Not someone is speaking in Italian, other ones in German or Deutsch or Romanian or whatever it is. Because yesterday we had a confusion like
You are very welcome to this special broadcast live from Kings Resort. It's the Euro Poker Million. It's the final day. All of these players have locked up a sizable payday for themselves, €4,205. And our feature table there, you can see the chip count for all the players. It's going to be a fun ride today. It really is. Massive payout up top, 170,000 plus. All of these players, of course, guaranteed that 24th place payout, but the big money on that final table. So, just getting ready to start. Dealer getting the information from the floor to riffle the cards. Clock will be started. Blind level will be the same as last night when we finished, which is 125k, 250k. I think about 40 odd minutes left in this blind level. But it is a full 1 hour clock. So the lineup on this feature table, we have here in seat 1 Yanef, who's sitting on 12 million. What a stack. Average just 6.5. And then we can see opposite there Guti, who's gone deep in a few events here. The big man from Germany. That's Lucas in the center of your screen. And then the Romanian in seat 8, Ionut. So we're off 125, 250. This is final day. Euro Poker Million. 24 players remain. Carry on UK folds. Matthias Steinberg with the King 4 folds, and now action on Marius. One of 2 Romanians. Several still left in the field. We had Farkas last night on our feature table, who finished, I believe, on about 9 million. This is Marius. The Romanian poker community absolutely on fire at the moment. These guys are having a huge impact on the European poker scene. This is Marius playing from about 8.3 million stack. He opens with the ace jack and 3.5 million all in from Lucas with a suited ace. And Montana here with the ace 3 of diamonds in the big blind. So action will move back to Marius, who's faced with a pretty difficult decision. 3 million. That's 12 bigs more to him. This is not that straightforward. I mean, he has him absolutely crushed, but he's just going through the options first hand here. Vital to get a good start. I like this move from Lucas. It may work, you know. He's suited. That ace so powerful, blocking so many premiums, but Marius does have a genuine hand here. Ace jack. Wow, that's strong. Believe me, that is not easy to make that call for 35% of your stack, closer to 40%. Not easy. Strong call from the Romanian Marius. Lucas made his move, but he's run into it here. But he does have outs. 4 or a heart. There's chop pop potential now. Queen or king would chop this up. Both players flopping 2 pair. So paint needed. Non-jack. Picture card for Lucas to survive. 4 no good now. Well, that's absolute dream situation for Lucas, and you can see Marius just gimmicks and looks on. Jack. No, doesn't happen. 3 on the river. Marius made a really strong call there. Lucas moved in straight away when he looked at this suited ace, made his move. I like that move. I think we're in for a highly entertaining table. This is Lucas gets a stack up to 3.8 million, but still short. 24 remain. So this is Matthias Steinberg, and now Marius Asanake with the King 6 suited. And Marius, I mean, he probably feels like he's got a terrible bad beat, even though he didn't lose any chips in that last pot, but he got his opponent in strongly dominated. We're just waiting for Marius now to make his decision. He decides to fold. Now this guy, super strong, gutty. Lucas folds to 7-3, and now we have Janot. Seed 8 fold. This is the chip leader folding Janov. And now Montana with the nut low in the small blind position. Frenchman in the big blind. Yeah, you can feel the change in atmosphere here on our feature table in comparisons to yesterday's stream. I'm not belittling the money that was paid out yesterday by any means, but you kind of get the feel that this is like a whole new tournament. I mean, everyone guaranteed the 4,200. They've locked that up. After the next bust out, then all will be on 5k minimum payout. You know, more than 10 times their initial stake. But then, I mean, the jumps get really big. And the 170,000 up top, of course, on all these players' mind. This is Marius Asanake, the Romanian with pocket queens. Let's see what happens here. He makes it 500k minimum raise. Loving the sizing. And Lucas, well, it's going to be difficult to rip again here, but he's thinking about it. 3.8 million, he gets away, he escapes. Jonat folds, but we're going to see a clash here between Marius Asanake and Janov. Now the problem for Janov is there's already a king in the dustbin. We just seen Lucas fold a king, Montana folds, and Matthias in the big blind folds. So Marius facing a 3-bet. These are two big stacks. We have a monster chip leader Janov. Like the average stack on this table, I believe greater than the other two tables. More chips on this table. Now, we're just waiting for Marius Asanake here to 4-bet. I've no doubt the 4-bet is incoming. Minray's under the gun with the queens, and Yanov, the Israeli, makes it 1.4 million. He's just getting clarification from the dealer Marius Asanaki what the bet sizing is. Meanwhile, Guti having a chat with Yanov, not sure what that's about. Well, it was actually Montana he was speaking with, two Germans. Having a chinwag in the middle of a massive pot. Well, it's going to be massive. There's 2.5 million in there. It's the most classic of classic races. Well, interesting. Marius Sasanaki has decided to just flat this 3-bet. Well, it looks like it's turned out to be a super smart decision. Given the volume of blinds these guys have and massive pay jumps, not in their interests to clash. Not yet. Not at this stage. And you would think, I mean, looking at the holdings from both players, okay, this is pretty much an auto all-in pre, but these guys thinking on a very high level. There is massive money at stake. And Marius Asanake, I feel, will be calling the flop here for sure, calling 1 street. Has to. He's head too often on to check, bet, fold 1 street. 9 on the turn. It's going to be interesting now to see Yanov. Does he fire again, or does he check back? You can see how passive these guys are playing. And then the diamond. This might slow things down even further. Marius Asanake. Well, he might feel his queens are for sure ahead, given that check back on the turn. So maybe Marius now considering a value bet with the queens. I mean, I'd be convinced I'm ahead here. Marius checks and Yanov going for value on the river. 5.6 million pot. We're going to see a couple of million bet. 2.4 million. That's super tough, isn't it? It really is. For the Romanian. What a brutal start. Queens v Ace King. King in the flop. And then his Ace Jack versus Ace 4 for chop pot. He's not running well, Marius Asanaki. What does he do here now? 2.4 million. This will severely damage his stack. Would leave him on just 3.5 million. I just pay my opponent off. All day, every day. That check back on the turn would convince me I'm ahead with queens. Matthias just having a look at Marius, wondering what the delay is, but this is a genuine tank. I mean, this is a brutal situation for Marius Asanake.
Tournament time.
regardless of him paying off this river bet or making a really big decision to fold, I think he's played it pretty cool, I'll be honest, given the circumstances. Clock was called. I'm not sure who's calling clock here. Hand has taken a while, but there's no time wasting here whatsoever. This is tournament poker. This is real high level stuff here between the chip leader and the very smart Romanian Marius.
So 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Now, that is exceptional, in my opinion. I think Marius has escaped with minimal damage. That is the overall tournament chip leader. He now sits, I think, on about 14 million, perhaps more, 14.5 million. Average stack about 6.5. 24 players remain. This is a gutty 4.6 million. Now, Montana, 8.4 million in the cutoff. It really is incredible what's going on with this player, Marius Sassanaki. We've only played a couple of hands. Every hand he's involved in, he just lets rip here with the tens. And finally, he wins a pot. Marius Sassanaki takes it down. 6.7 million, which is average stack. So, Yanov, 15 million stack. Montana, Jack 9. Marius in this small blind. This will be a really interesting battle. Marius Asenake, the Romanian, versus this super strong German player Guti, who we've featured on our stream a few times. Look at this play. Moves all in. 6.7 million. Well, his maximum exposure was the 4.1 million he just took King 3. Qualified as an all-in rip there. Guti folds, and Marius now back up to about 7, just over 7 million. Button moves, Marius on the button, and Guti posting small. These two short stacks side by side. In fact, all these three players well below average. You have Janot Dan here, who's under the gun with the 9.8, 4.7 million. We can see the graphic top right showing the average 6.7. Blinds 125, 250,000. Yana folds, Montana 7.9 million stack. Now, look at this, 12 million. Matthias, huge amount of chips on this table. Matthias makes it 550k. With the Queen Jack. Lucas in the big blind with 6-4. He is suited, getting 4-1. I think this certainly will be called. Well, this is a strong flop for Lucas. Pair, flush draw, backdoor straight. Matthias started this hand as second in chips on the table. 12 million, almost double the average. Lucas short, of course. And he nods the head. I want to go all in, he says, and I don't blame him. Pair and a flush draw. Matthias will snap fold. Nice pot for Lucas. Not afraid to put his chips over the line. Lucas. Dealer awards him the 5.2 million pot. 1.4 million profit for the Czech player. We now post the small blind. In the big blind we have Unit Dan Velicu, the Romanian, posting big blind ante. Under the gun is the chip leader, Yanov, who you see there in the centre of your screen. That massive chip advantage, 15 million. (7-2) offsuit. Montana folds. The Frenchman here. Carry on UK with the Jack 9 off. This is Matthias Steinberg. 10 Jack suited. He's going to open once again, and it's quite remarkable, really, what's happening with Marius Asenake. I mean, the players are going to just think this guy is completely out of line when he gets involved here again. But he's getting the hands. He really is picking up. A lot of pairs. He was all in the first hand. Well, he called an all in with the ace jack, called it perfectly versus an ace 4 rip. Now he's just counting his chips. Trying to figure out what to do with pocket eights here versus a raise from Matthias Steinberg in the hijack. He looks at the short stacks around him. You can see the biggest stack is 5 million. Decides the correct route is the flat call with the 8. So, wow, that's proved to be spot on. Mario Sassanake will get away with minimal damage here, and Lucas with the bullets, small blind, great situation, but he's not going to get any action, or is he? This is the question. The Jack 10 is going to snap fold, and then I think Marius does have a little bit of a decision, given the history these guys have. Matthias Steinberg, it seems, is already folded, and action is on Marius Asanake. Pocket pair. Lucas, you will recall, 3-bet ripped first hand with ace 4. Asanake made a very strong call with the ace jack. Ran out as a split pot. Lucas, I like this all in actually. I mean, Marius for sure, not reading him for premium pair. Another good fold from the Romanian. Lucas shows, and that will make Marius feel a whole lot better. This is the feature table of the final day of the Euro Poker Million. The buy-in for this was €490. And you can see our chip count graphic there showing the stacks for all the players on our feature table. We have 2 Romanians, 2 Germans, well, 3 Germans in fact, Matthias Steinberg, Montana, and Guti. We have a Frenchman, Czech player, Lucas, and then we have the chip leader on the table, the Israeli Yanov Yaknin. This is the Frenchman, 5.4 million. Put in a really good shift yesterday on our feature table. Matthias can't get going, but there's absolutely zero pressure on him given this stack he's sitting on. A little bit of pressure here on Guti. He's able for it though, believe me. This guy is a very high quality player. Now Lucas, 8s. It's almost funny the same players getting involved every time. Lucas now with the 8s and Yanov with the suited ace and the big blind. He certainly will be continuing. Does he 3-bet? That's the question. Well, he decides to flat call with the ace 4 suited. I like this. He's disguised his hand. And he's flopped 2 pair. Lucas with 2 pair of his own, but Yanov with just a check call, I think, on the ace queen queen. And I'm sure Lucas then will shut down with his 8s. Now 8 of spades or 8 of hearts still out there. Can he connect? No. Jack of hearts. 2 pair and a nut flush draw for Yanov Yaknin, who's going to check. And Lucas is going to check back here. Pocket eights, he's going to lose interest for sure. Well, this is, I mean, what's... Okay, even the straight draws have gone ahead of him here from the flop. King 10 gets there. King Jack gets there. Jack 10 gets there. All these hands now ahead of Lucas, so I'm not really a fan of this. And the ace, of course, better than him. It's not unlikely that Janov has a queen in his range. Lucas 1.1 million. Janov concerned. He does have kicker issues, but he's playing the jack kicker with aces and queens. Ace king. Obviously a concern. Ten on the river. Janov checks. Lucas 4.8 million behind, and he has to give up, surely. Put the handbrake on. The chip leader extends his advantage. Lucas surrendering on the river. Showdown. Janov 2 pair. Goatee and unit. Bottom of that chip count chart. Lines up now 150, 300k. Janov, what a dream situation. 17 million. It really is a massive chip advantage. I believe there's a bust out in the outer table, so that leaves us with 23 players. 23 players. Average stack 7 million. You can see the graphic confirming. The average stack top right, 23 remain. Marius folds 6.6 million. And now we're going to see Goatee open with the ace jack. He is suited. He lets rip for the full stack. 13 big blinds. Ace jack suited. Fold it right around to the blinds, which is Janov, the chip leader, jack deuce. Come on, Janov, you're folding here. You're not calling. Well, Janov, not sure what's going on. He's just trying to wind Goatee up, maybe. This is Montana who's going to be snap folding the 9-5. Goatee takes one down. 750 out there pre-flop. Blinds 150,000, 300,000. This is the final day. Final 3 tables. The Euro Poker Million. That's the festival main event we're watching. It was just shy of €500 to enter this event. 445 plus the 45 reg. All of these players have locked up 5k plus. This is Marius Asanaki. Now, Lucas involved in quite a lot. Ace, Jack, hijack position. 14 big blind shove.
1 pass.
Well, 16 bigs in fact.
3 pass. Thank you.
Take a stack up to 18 bigs. Lucas Zaskudny from the Czech Republic. I'm really getting a pretty good vibe off this feature table. And what I mean by that is, from what I've seen so far, this is a pretty strong table. This is Marius Asanaki.
5 pass.
Now Guti with the Queen 5.
7 pass.
Lucas folds the 10-9 and the Romanian Yanut Dan Velnicu folds. This is the chip leader folding now. Montana, highly experienced. The King's Reg on the button here with the 10th free. Wouldn't surprise me if we were to see an open here. In the blinds, the small blind is the French player Carry On UK, and then we have Matthias Steinberg, one of the big stacks in the big blind. Montana does open, and the Frenchman looks down at Ace 8 in the small blind. Looks at the clock. Summarizes the situation. Button open. Small blind. Ace 8. 3-bet rip.
4 pass.
These hands containing an ace are just so strong. Montana snap folds. Frenchman showing his class, determination, ambition. Blinding out is the absolute worst case scenario for any tournament player. Sitting back and posting blinds, waiting, just won't happen for you. No chance. Cards may never come, and even when they do come,
6 pass.
these big hands can get cracked. Now Lucas yet again is going to get involved. 5.5 million. 18 big blinds. Lucas. Pocket nines. 18 bigs. How does he play this? He's calculating the blinds in a stack.
Raise online.
And he decides, well, I'm just going to shove here.
8 pass.
18 bigs. The idea is fold out a load of hands that he'd be flipping against. He's happy to take down the 750k that's out there pre.
3 pass.
And that looks like to be the case. You can see the ace 10 there folding. Min raise. Definitely would see a call, if not a 3-bet, from Matthias Steinberg. With Lucas opened for the minimum. That, of course, is one of the benefits of the all-in. Lucas takes down the pot. 20 big blinds now in his stack. The short stacks on the table is Guti, and we also have the Romanian Ninut Dan Velicu, who you can see there on the right hand side of your screen. He's under the gun +1. First to speak is Lucas, another pair under the gun. Wouldn't be surprised if he folded this, to be honest. Pocket sevens. Well, Lucas don't fold. Very early position. It's awkward. 20 big blind stack. And there is the fold. Now, Unit Dan Veliku has to make something happen soon. This is Yanov, 17 million stack. Montana with the 10-4 suited. 6.5. Montana not having a great start, but by no means in the danger zone just yet. 6 million stack for Mario Sassanaki. Ace-4 in the small blind will shove here, I expect, into the short stack of Guti, who's posting the big blind. We've seen this scenario before. Now 10-8. Jack 9 for the Frenchman. And Marius with the 6-3 suited.
Raise all in.
Guti, well, he's moved in here with Jack Deuce. This is huge spot, and this for me is what tournament poker's all about. These decisions, so hard to make. I mean, how do you call off most of your stack here with ace deuce off? Lucas folds and Guti at last wins a pot, but it was high risk stuff. The Jack Deuce. Lucas decides not to go for it with the ace in the big blind. So Montana here with the 8-6 of clubs. Montana started with, well, he started with over 9 million on this feature table. Of course, Guti and Montana, two regs, know each other pretty well. Guti does fold, small blind folds, and now the Romanian Unit Dan Veliku. 8 deuce. And Dan Veliku desperately short now, 11 bigs. Behind once he posts small blind. Montana back up over 7 million. So same situation, field size 23. This is a 1 hour clock, plenty of play here. It really will be entertaining. This final day, the prize pool, massive. 170,000 up top. Lucas, button, ace 8.
7 raise, 650,000. 650.
All in announced 3-bet in the small blind. Well, this is a big moment. Ace 3 for the Romanian Dan Veliku. Lucas, not comfortable. It's tough for Lucas because it's a huge proportion of his stack. It's 60% of his stack to call here. Ace 8. I mean, he's in wonderful shape. But this is one of the benefits of this 3-bet in the small blind with the ace 3 suited. You're going to get several hands stronger than you, like ace 8 offsuit to fold. You need Dan Veliku flashing the ace. Lucas with the superior kicker, but just couldn't find a call there. That brings Dan Veliku up to 4.7 million. You just tuned in, you're watching the Euro Poker Million. Final day here in King's Resort. Now, small pair, early position in the bin. Matthias folds action with Marius, who will jump the 8 deuce offsuit. Fold it right around to the blinds. This is small blind. Yanov, Vaknin. The Israeli looks down at ace king suited. Blind v blind. Chip leader. 16 million stack. Montana in the big blind. Montana is super experienced. Well, I mean, it's basically the nuts versus the nut low. Yanov, Vaknin, let's rip, just hopes that Montana wakes up with a big hand. Montana with the very easy decision to fold the 3 deuce offsuit.
pass. One raise, 650,000. 650. Two pass.
Chip leader with the Jack 10 suited, and both players in the blinds just letting go. Well, Carry On UK. Really don't know if I got that name right. I know it's a nickname, not sure. What it means, to be honest. Is the Frenchman having a go at the Brexiteers? I really don't know. But he does surrender to the button raise from Yanov Yaknin.
Five pass. Six pass. Seven pass. Eight pass. One pass. Two pass. Three call 300.
Matthias, big blind, pocket pair. We're going to see a raise here. He just lets rip. Carry On UK will just let this go. King Deuce unsuited.
Three pass. Less.
Matthias Steinberg, 9.5 million. We'll now post a small blind, and our friend Marius Sanaki posting big blind. This is Gutti, you see on the right hand side of your screen. The German under the gun.
Six pass. Seven pass. Eight pass.
So Yanov in the hijack is going to open once again.
650.
Pocket pair, 650 is the raise. We're going to see a 3-bet, I'm sure, from the Frenchman. More than likely a 3-bet rip all in. Given the situation, the circumstances, I think this is perfectly reasonable. And the blinds just get out of the way. Marius looks down, 10-5. Action back to Yanov Yaknin, who just has to fold a small pair. 4.5 million. 15 bigs back to him. It's too big a shove. Just having a consideration, having a look, having a think. I mean, I'm just preserving my stack here. It's for sure a flip. Sometimes you're crushed. I mean, you're never ahead here, ever. What, 3 bets all in? Deuces? I don't think so. He's blocking ace 3 suited, ace 2 suited, ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited, perhaps. And even then, he's just ahead of one of them hands. So Yanov does fold the threes. The Frenchman up to 6.5 million. This guy is a grafter, believe me. The Frenchman put in a really good shift last night, short for so long, came to the feature table with less than 2 million, just grinded his way, no mistakes. Definitely one to watch out for. I wouldn't like to see him with chips if I'm on that table, I tell you that. And this is another guy you don't want to get chips, is Montana, the King's reg. Vastly experienced, ace king suited, 6.5 million stack. He's going to make it 600k. Min raise, looking for action. He's not going to get it off ace 8. This is Marius in the small blind with 7-3. He's going to fold, and Guti, same hand, 7-3 offsuit. Unit Dan Veliku under the gun, he folds. Now the chip leader, Yanov, King 6. This is Montana, 7.3 million. Carry on UK. Big slick once again. This time it's the turn of Matthias Steinberg. Cut off. 825 sizes up. Not going to get any action from Marius. Guti folds in the small blind position, and Lucas in the big blind. Haven't heard from Lucas in a while. May hear from him here. King Jack, big blind versus cut up open from Matthias. Puts in the additional 525. Gonna see a flop. King Jack versus Ace King. King high board for fireworks. Queen 8-5, 2 hearts, Lucas. Just 3.8 million behind. Can't really see Lucas floating here. Does fold. That's the chip count graphic. Same situation for Yanov Yaknin up top, 17 million. Lucas Gutti and Unit Dan Uliku at the bottom of that chip count chart. This is the chip leader, Yanov Yaknin. Ace 10 suited under the gun. He makes it 650. Folded around to Matthias Steinberg. Now Marius. Folds the 10-3. This is Gutti. Suited connectors, but just can't put any more money in, given he's just playing 4 million behind. 13 bigs. Now, big blind. Unit Dan Veliku. Queen Jack puts in the additional 350. Good shot for Yanov. Unit has a piece of this. So we're going to see money going in here. I'm sure Yanov continues. We might see a shove from Veliku. He's made a pair. 850. I think I'll go with this. $12 bigs behind. Well, Unit Dan Veliku flops. Second pair, backdoor straight. Check folds. I'm surprised. I thought he would go with that. Yanov, I think, calls him. The 10 bigs back to him. Does have a good shot. Ace is good sometimes. But the Romanian check folds, leaves himself with 12 big blinds. This is Montana, under the gun. 7.3 million, King 10 offsuit is just not strong enough. Goes in the dustbin. Carry on UK folds the Jack 4 and Matthias folds the same hand. This is Marius Asanaki. Very active early on in our stream. Marius folds the Queen 9 suited. This is Guti with the Queen 5. Queen 5 of diamonds. 4 million stack. 14 big blinds. He folds, but Lucas will be opening here in the button. And I don't think he's going to be folding to a 3-bet. In fact, I think he probably puts the whole lot in. And that's what he does do. 12 big blind shove here from Lucas, and Yanov looks around at the clock. King 7 folds. So under the gun, Carry On UK opens with Ace Jack. 600k minimum raise, playing from 6.5 million stack. Montana with Queen 10 of diamonds in the big blind position. I expect a call here from Montana. The under the gun open from Carry On UK does scream of strength. Hasn't been involved in much Carry On UK. It's been playing pretty straightforward. So this under the gun raise is displaying a lot of strength. Flops top pair, Carry On UK, Montana with a good shot. Well, Carry On UK, you don't want to hit two pair, that's for sure. But I'm not so certain that Montana will continue with no diamond on that board. Just the good shot. So I think we're going to see a check bet fold. $23 still left. 7 million average stack. Marius. Ace 9 offsuit. Not ideal. Under the gun +1. Decides it's not worth the trouble. He folds the Ace 9, but Gutty maybe making a move here with Ace 5 suited. He announces all in. $14 big blind rip with Ace 5 suited. A lot of players to get through. Yana folds the Ace Deuce, and now Montana with the 9-6 who will be folding. Carry On UK in the big blind folds the 9-7, chips. Flicked over to Gutty, who is now on 4.8. 16 big blinds. Blind still 150, 300k. About 20 minutes left in this level. Now this is Marius under the gun. Suited connectors. Well, too early position. Too high risk situation. He's got to just let this go. Ace 4 offsuit. I think Gutty lets this one go also. Lucas with the Queen 8. Yanov. Jack 9 suited. Folds in the cutoff. Montana on the button with the 9-6 offsuit. Montana will always open when folded around to him. 9-6 offsuit. Matthias with the queen deuce decides to defend. So two pure trash hands battle it out here already. 1.8 million in the pod, and Matthias Steinberg flops, trips, checks Montana. 9 high. Small continuation for about 650 it looks like, a bit more. 575, and Matthias surely with just a smooth call here after flopping trips. $575 call. King on the turn. Well, this could be problematic for Montana. That's the kind of card that Montana could rep and try and force Matthias off what he would think would be a 2-pair likely hand containing a jack. And Matthias has decided to lead out. Montana, believe me, capable of anything, very sticky, but he's created big problems for himself here. He could try and make a move here. Montana, try and move his opponent off what he would think would be a 2-pair hand containing a jack, but decides to cut his losses, gets out of the hand. Matthias Steinberg defending with the queen deuce off, flopping trips, getting paid. Now posting small blind to the Romanian Marius Sassenaki, posting big blind ante. Also on your screen there on the left hand side you see the French player Carry On UK put in position for the Frenchman. Under the gun is Guti, 4.8 million, which is 16 bigs. Queen 4 offsuit folded. And now Lucas folds. This is the short stack. Unit Dan Velicu. Ace 8. Now blind versus blind. Folded right around. Matthias Steinberg limps with the 7-3 suited. And Marius will be shoving here, I expect. Pocket pair. These small pairs do not perform well post flop. I think Marius will just end it here. There's 900k out there. Yanov still sitting on 17 million. Matthias back up to 12 million. And a big gap to the rest of the field. All playing between 20 and 10 bigs. Unit Dan Veliku. The shortest stack sitting on about 12 bigs, 3.6 million. And this is Veliku folding. This is Yanov Vaknin. The Israeli folds the king 6, but Montana won't be folding. Ace 5 suited. Montana going to open here. Makes it 600k. Montana wins the 750k that's out there pre-flop. 150, 300k. That's the blind level we're on. About 15 minutes left in this blind level. "22 players remain. This is our feature table, one of 3 remaining tables. Pretty tense out there at the moment. All players, of course, have locked up. €5,095. This is Yanov Yaknin. Big stack. Pocket tens. $650 folded around to Maria Sassanaki on the button with the ace queen. We're going to see a clash here. The Romanian versus the Israeli. Big stack. Yanov. Maria Sassanaki. I think he goes with this, and I think he could put the lot in. 1.4 million already out there. Ace queen. And there is the 3-bet rip, and I think Yanov Yaknin will call this. Fold it right around, snap fold right around to the chip leader. He's going to ask for a count, obviously. It's a pretty big shove, 5.4 million, but 10's too strong to be folding here. You're flipping quite a lot of the time up against ace king, ace queen, sometimes ace jack suited. I mean, there's always a chance you could be up against pocket nines. So Yanov Yaknin, just doing the mathematics, 5.4 million to call. He can make the call, lose, and still be the chip leader on the table. 10's too big. I think 9's he probably lets go, but I think he goes with this. He's counting chips. Marius Asanaki, obviously he was looking for a fast fold. So, big moment. Pocket 10s for Yanov Yakhnin. Well, the longer this goes on, I think the more likely Yanov will just decide to let it go. But he's having a conversation with Marius, trying to glean some information, see where he's at. Marius Asanaki, obviously delighted he didn't get snap called, but he is looking for a fold. Well, the fact he didn't get snapped, he knows he's not up against aces, kings, or ace king. I'm not loving this fold from Yanov. I think 10s qualifies for a call there. I'm not sure. It's not clear, but either way, Marius Asanaki will be pretty pleased with the outcome. He wins a pot, avoids the flip, he's still alive, and you can see the chip count for Marius, 7.4 million. And we're having a player move to one of the outer tables, which tells me we've had a couple of bust outs. It means we're down to 3 tables of 7 players per table, which is 21 players. And the short stack was moved. Unit. Now, carry on UK. 300k to call. Matthias Steinberg. He folds Marius Asanake, 7.4 million. Well, big moment here. Yanov. He is the chip leader in the big blind with the king queen. He makes the call. Gutti's run into it. The jack deuce on the button shoves, and the big stack makes the call. Yanov with king queen. Gutti with the jack deuce, and it's pretty much over for Gutti. 3% equity now, needs runner. The German made a move on the button. Now, gut shot, 3 ball, 3 and 3 only to make a straight. 3 threes left in the deck. Can he get lucky? Doesn't happen for him. He's busted out. Massive disappointment to see this guy go. He's a quality tournament player. Featured him a few times on our stream. I believe he's gone in 21st. Does receive the 5,000 payday, but you know that his ambitions were far greater. All of these players now go up the money ladder, all guaranteed a minimum of 6,000. You can see the field size down to 20. 8.1 million average stack. Blind still 150, 300k, just minutes left in this level. This is Marius Asanaki, 7.4 million. Pocket fours, cut-off position, six-handed on our feature table. The Romanian Unit Dan Velicu has moved to one of the outer tables to balance the tables, and then we just saw Guti shoving the button. With the Jack Deuce, he ran into King Queen. King High Flop. End of story for the German. He's gone out in 21st, and now with 20. In fact, there's another bust out on the outer tables, so 19 remain. Pocket four, all in rip for Marius Sasanaki. Small blind quickly folds, and the big blind, well, wow. Montana. Pocket eights, interesting scenario here. Well, Marius Asanaki is just hating life at the moment. This all-in rip. He's just looking for a fold, take down the blinds and ante. I thought it was hugely risky. 7.4 million all in. My word, it is high risk, but sometimes you get hands like this to fold. I mean, Marius in absolute desperate shape. Montana. Wow, he's going to fold. Well, it's very borderline. Nines, he snaps. Sevens are in the bin at this stage, I think. Eights is the line. This is so close. Of course, Montana won't be expecting to be in such good shape. He's thinking, he's flipping here most often. But sometimes he's up against nines, tens. These kind of hands would make this move. This is hugely risky, this all-in jam with fours. But, I mean, Montana, it's not straightforward. Pocket eights in the big blind. I think he actually lets it go, and the reason I think he lets it go is these money jumps now are getting absolutely massive. He still has 5 million. $17 bigs. It's very close. Look at the stress. I think this is the only hand that puts him in this kind of peculiar spot. Absolutely torn between call and a fold. That's the calling chip. He's very close to putting it in. Very close. Look at this. If it falls, he calls. That's the way what he's thinking of. I'm assuming. Look at that. And now the chip goes back towards the stack. It's just anything can happen. He actually folds. Not too surprised. Marius, my friend, you have dodged a bullet there. That was a massive rip, hugely risky, small pair, particularly given the big stack. Yanov Yaknin was sitting there in the blinds. But I guess he got Yanov to fold the tens to a 3-bet, so I understand the thinking. 19 players remain. We're coming towards the end of this 150, 300k level. We just saw a big moment there, Montana folding the eights in the big blind to the all-in shove from this gentleman, Marius Asanaki. Big stack, 9-7 suited. Well, the 9-7 suited is folded. This is Yanov Yaknin with the king 9 in the button position. Well, this is, I mean, I find that outlandish given the situation. Big stack should be just, I mean, for sure opening there, applying pressure. I mean, we just seen Montana fold eights in the big blind pre-flop. So that'll give you the indication of, you know, how tight these shorter stacks are playing. They're trying to survive and get up the money ladder. And Yanov Yaknin, I mean, should be taking full advantage of that, but looks like that fold was going to save him money, because Montana, who's opened in the small blind position with the Queen 7, has run into pocket jacks for the Frenchman. Carry on UK. Pocket jacks. A couple of ways you can play this. I mean, he can just flat, of course, but I think he moves in. Snap fold from Montana, who quickly jumps out of his seat, which tells me we're on a break. It's been a brutal few orbits for Montana, who's lost half a stack since the beginning of this feature table. We're going to take a break, and we're going to be back for the rest of this Euro Poker Million in about 15 minutes.
You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. going to take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to King's Resort for the Euro Poker Million final day. We're down to 3 tables, just 19 players, and we're going to enter a new blind level, which will be the 200k, 400k. Sounds a lot, but there is 160 million chips in play. We had 2,700 plus entries for this massive event. Absolutely incredible. 170,000 plus for the winner. And all of these players have already locked up 6,000. The buy-in was €490. That is the Romanian Mario Sassanaki on the right of the screen. And he is under the gun here with the 10-6. He just jammed that hand with the 4s. Just before the break, we had Montana folding the 8s in the big blind, but Lucas here Well, he's going to be just shoving here, 9 bigs. 9 big blinds, ace queen all in for Lucas. Chip leader folds Montana. Well, it's not good for Montana. He is just sitting on 11 bigs. He's going to fold here, but he's going to be getting the information pretty soon about that. Pocket eights he had. Well, jacks again. Last hand he picked up jacks. And now first hand after the break, jacks again. Straight flip. Jacks versus ace queen. Well, in fact, it's not a straight flip because we did see that ace of hearts folded by Montana. So ace queen for Lucas, who is an underdog here. He's 42% versus 58% for the Frenchman. Pocket jacks versus ace queen. Just 19 players remain. Five, 7, 3. Jack's good on this board. There is 2 hearts. Runner heart would award the pot to Lucas as his heart superior, but the 3 of spades on the turn just leaves Lucas with an ace or a queen. It doesn't happen. The jacks hold. Lucas eliminated in 19th place, straight over to the Frenchman, who wishes him the best of luck. And we're just 5-handed here on our feature table. We lost Guti a little earlier. Then we had Dan Veliku move to the outer table, and now the Czech player Lucas Zaskodny eliminated at the hands of this gentleman who's playing an absolute stormer, progressing so steady, and now sitting on 10 million plus, it looks like. Well, in fact, it's more. It's about 11 million. You can see the graphic there confirming that it's 12, in fact. 12 million, 30 bigs. Yanov Yaknin, the big stack, 20 million. And Montana, who's sitting on just 11 big blinds. So we're going to wait for the TD to balance the tables. We're 18 players left. So one of the players from one of the outer tables will be moved to this table. So we're 6-handed, 7-handed and 5-handed. So the 7-handed table needs to be balanced with this table. Next big blind from the 7-handed table will be moved to this feature table, giving us 3 tables, 6 players per table. The reason we're waiting is that a 7-handed table obviously involved in a hand, so the TD just has to wait until the end of that hand, and then the table is balanced. That's how you run a tournament, so they tell me. You can see this guy Yanov never lost that chip lead. Started this feature table with 12 million, and I mean, it was pretty smooth sailing, really. Called in the big blind, the King Queen versus Guti. That was a decent pot. Guti, Busto. Now, new arrival on our feature table. Yeah, what kind of stack is he bringing with him? That's the question. Average stack is about 8.5 million. Headphones surrendered. No devices permitted. So we're 6-handed now. And it is another Romanian. I'm telling you, this player community thriving at the moment. Romanians just hammer crushing these live events. You can see the average actually is 9 million. And our new player sitting on 8.2 million. So Matthias in the small blind here with the 6-deuce offsuit. Marius Sanaki with the jack-8 in the big blind, facing a raise. Blinds are 200k, 400k, 1 million from Matthias Steinberg. And Marius looks down at jack-8 in the big blind. It's going to cost him 600k. So just waiting on Marius Sanaki here, who's in the big blind position. And he decides just to let go of the jack-8. He's not going to put any more money in. Matthias Steinberg takes that down. 12 million stack on the button moves. 6-handed on our feature table. That's Matthias Steinberg, the German, taking down that pop blind versus blind. Posting small blind will be Marius Sanaki. And on the right hand side you see the new arrival on the table, Ovidiu Iberna, sitting on 20 bigs. Ovidiu will be posting the big blind ante, and under the gun will be the big stack. Just to the left of the dealer, you can see him there, the bottom left of your screen with that big stack of chips, which is Yanav Avaknin, and that's Yanav there in the center of your screen. Montana not going well for him. Really just could not get going for the last couple hours. He's sitting on 11 big blinds. He looks down at ace-5 at 6-handed. We might see a shove here. No, he folds the ace-5. This is the French player sitting on 12 million. What a story. This guy has been really impressive. Pocket 8s here in the cutoff. We're going to see an open. $800k and ace-9 suited in the bin. Marius Sanaki with the jack-10 in the small blind position. So in the tank once again, Marius Asanake. And he moves in with the Jack 10. Big move. Ovidiu Aberna will quickly fold the 8-5 suited. Well, I mean, this is... He doesn't realise there's an all-in, obviously. Now he does. Now he folds. Now, what does the Frenchman do here? This is absolutely massive. This guy, Marius Asanake, he's just not afraid. If he sees a spot, he goes for it. Jack 10, 3 bets all in, and it puts the French player in a pretty tough spot here. Pocket eights, I don't think he can continue. Carry on UK looking at the clock. Counts his chips. Figures out what he'll have if he calls and loses. It's too hugely risky. Could be crushed. Could be up against 9s, 10s, jacks. And he's just about to fold. He doesn't like it. Wow. Oh, that's surprising. And Marius is shocked, I think. This guy, Carry On UK, is super strong. Marius and Ovidiu just having a little chat, discussing the call here. This is a super tough tournament. Marius made a move with the Jack 10, and he's after getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, but it turns out he's actually favourite with the Jack 10. This is huge, this moment. Massive pot. Big moment, 16 million pot. Well, I mean, this is just ridiculous. Equity almost the same. It's flipped, but it's just the exact same with the up and down straight draw for Marius. Now there's the counterfeit option to go along with 2 overs, open ender. I mean, it's just a ridiculous amount of outs. But Carry On UK holds. Can you believe it? 8s hold. Marius Asanake is shocked, believe me. The Frenchman goes over. Marius fist bumps, but he's absolutely stunned at that call, and you can just see him. What the hell? How does he call with 8s there? That's what he's thinking. He has a little bit of a rant. Leaves the table, and I mean, this is just an incredible story developing. Carry On UK is now sitting on 20 million. Late last night he came to the feature table not long before the end of stream on 2 million. Wow, that, I mean, I don't know about that call. That was huge. Talk to me, people. Tell me what you think about that pocket 8's call. I didn't expect him to make the call. I mean, it's just super strong. He figured he was flipping. He was flipping. And then the flop. What a sickener for the Romanian Marius Asanaki, the open-ender. And then he had the counterfeit option when the board paired on the turn. Ovidiu Abirna now in the small blind with ace-4. We're down to 17. We'll actually pause the clock at 16 for a total redraw. All of these players now guaranteed 7,000. This is a brilliant tournament. It really is. I'm loving the play here. It's just really strong. I mean, I don't know. Me, for one, I would certainly feel hugely challenged. Some of these players playing pretty high level stuff. Now this is Yanov Yaknin in the big blind position with the Jack 8 facing a raise from Ovidiu Abirna, and he flashes the ace. So I'm still thinking about that call with the eights, to be honest. It was huge. Marius Asanaki, I thought it was a quality rip, I'll be honest. Like, I mean, you would think that he gets hands like eights to fold. Gets a bunch of stuff like ace 10, ace jack that are dominating on him to fold. That's what you would expect. But this guy is strong, believe me. We earmarked him from yesterday. And you can just get the vibe off him. He's very focused. He's totally in the zone. And he's opening here 800k with the 10-9 suited. Ovidiu Abirna on the button with the 8-3 of hearts. Montana, well, it's really desperate stuff, really, for Montana. He's tried to get things moving so often. He hasn't sat back, like, you know, he's raised every opportunity he had in late position to raise, regardless of his holdings. He's jumped on the opportunity, but it just hasn't happened for him. I think the big moment is that fold with the eights in the big blind when our friend Marius Asanaki ripped, which was a huge rip, 7.4 million at the time, with the pocket fours. And Montana tanked for quite a while, but then folded the pocket eights. That info fed back to him now, I'm sure, and that's going to really have a bad effect on him. Now, Ovidiu Abirna folding. This is Yanov Yaknin on the button with the Jack 9 suited. The chip leader has to be opening here, applying pressure where he can. The jumps now are massive, all guaranteed 7k. But, like, I mean, it really is significant, every pay jump. Getting close to the final two tables. We'll actually pause the clock when we're down to 16. Well, I'm surprised here. Did I miss something? Jack 9 suited folded on the button. It's too tight, believe me. And the further this event progresses, that's going to be a factor. Janov Yaknin, well, you really need to be taking advantage of your position. Now, Ovidiu Aberna. We had several Romanians in contention. When we started day 3 a few hours ago. Now, Matthias Steinberg, ace 3 suited. Wow. Really? Well, I mean, this is not the guy to be shoving on. And that is for sure. Matthias Steinberg, has he been watching what's going on? Oh, wow, this is quite remarkable. Well, I think Carry On UK. Well, he limped here to disguise his ace. And I think he had the plan to re-raise should Matthias raise, which Matthias has done a few times. But Matthias has just shoved the lot in, 11 million. I mean, this is massive. Carry On UK, A7, 11 million, surely you can't call. Matthias Steinberg flashes an ace. It's the other one I'm interested in. Says Carry On UK. Five players on our feature table. We recently lost Marius Asanaki in a very controversial hand. Massive pot. 8s versus Jack 10 all in pre. You heard me right. $8 million versus 12 million stack. Blinds at 200k, 400k. All the money went in. And all the money's going to go in now for Montana. 9 big blinds. All in announced. Montana shoves. Snap fold all around to the big blind of Ovidiu Birna. Looks down at Queen 4 suited and quickly folds. Now, Montana, under the gun, 4-3 suited. Carry On UK folds. Matthias Steinberg folds. Ovidiu Birna in this small blind. Last over, we've seen him raise into the chip leader's big blind. Will we see the same? In the big blind is Janov Yaknin, the chip leader. Janov with absolute trash here in the big blind. Checks his option. Bottom pair for Janov, top pair for Ovidiu Ibirna. Check from Ovidiu, check back in 8 now would create a bit of action. Open ender to go along with top pair for Ovidiu Ibirna. He checks again, check back from the chip leader, not falling for it. Jack of diamonds, Ovidiu won't like that. But Janov not interested. Janov Yaknin checks back. Pot is awarded to Ovidiu Ibirna.
Table for Eden.
17 remain. Final 2 table bubble here in King's Resort. Well, it looks like there is a bust out, so that's it. 2 tables remain. We are down to just 2 tables. Clock is paused. And we are going to take a break. There's going to be a total redraw. We're going to have a brand new feature table for you in about 20 minutes time. Do join us then.
You can take the file back. Just take the rate control. It's going to be the same table. We don't know exactly where it's going to be.
Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Back in action, final two tables at the Euro Poker Million. Final day. It's getting serious here in Kings Resort. All of these players vying for that top prize, 170k. They're guaranteed a sizable payday, 7k locked up. Two tables left, two tables, 8 players on each table. That's Frank D sitting on 13 million. This is Unit Dan Veliku. Pocket sevens. Unit has made some progress on the outer tables. Look who it is, Song Chen. What an incredible performance again by this gentleman. His results absolutely outstanding. Now, Ovidiu Ibirna with the ace-4 in the cutoff, he folds, and this is King 10 who we featured yesterday. He's sitting in seat 8 on the button here with the 10-6. One of the overnight big stacks, King 10. And again, Armando, who we had yesterday on our stream, the Italian, sitting on 14 million. Average stack 10 million. This is the Frenchman sitting in the big blind with double the average. Carry on UK with the Queen 10. Unit Dan Veliku taking down the pot. Now, under the gun, the Romanian picks up pocket fours. He snap bolts a small pair. This is Matthias Steinberg. Now, Ovidiu Iberna with the queens. So, pocket queens for Ovidiu Iberna. Pocket queens, 1.1 million raise. King 10 here with ace jack suited. Ovidiu Iberna with the goods. King 10 with a suited ace jack. He calls all in. He's run into it. Oh boy, what a hand. Armando Annunziata on the button with ace king. Big slick. This is huge. Are we going to see a cold 4-bet all in from the Italian? This is absolutely massive. Well, I mean, from Ovidiu Iberna's point of view, the ideal situation here would be for Armando just to fold. The Italian getting clear understanding of what he's up against. Hijack open 1.1 million with the ladies. King 10 lets rip in the cutoff 6.4 million. And a 4-bet all in from the Italian. So action back with the Romanian Ovidiu Iberna. He hates it, but he's going to have to call. And when he does call, I expect him to make this call. He's going to be pretty pleased with this scenario, because King 10's jack is no good. And King 10 and Armando are blocking each other. So, Ovidiu, big favourite. King 10 in real bad shape. He is suited. Can obviously hit running jacks. Straight possibility, but Ovidiu Iberna blocking that scenario. Holding 2 queens in his hand. Now, just waiting for the Romanian here, Ovidiu Iberna. 7.2 million behind. $18 bigs behind. Pocket queens. A lot of action. Obviously, the ace king is what's going through his mind, but he's also concerned about running into aces or kings. Legitimate concern. 3-bet all in from King 10, and then the cold 4-bet from Armando, and he lets go the queens. That is remarkable. It really is. He folds. He didn't have that much invested. He's going to walk away. He's not even interested in what the opponent, what the players have. He feels that was the right decision. Comes back now and sees. And what can I do? Shows his shoulders. Interesting situation there. Queen's folded pre. King 10, and I mean, he's in pretty bad shape. But not as bad shape if the queens were still in the hand, because his jack is now good. A spade will help. Well, this is remarkable flop for King 10. It really is. He's flopped enough flush draw to go along with top pair. 5 on the turn. King or queen for a straight. King for a bigger pair. Ace, 2 pair. And how does the Romanian feel now, folding his queen's pre? You can see the smile back on his face. King 10. Well, that is quite incredible. At the weakest hand has come out on top. Flops a pair in a flush draw, makes 2 pair in the river. Armando. Annunziata. I mean, a brutal situation. Didn't even get the side pot, which you would have thought that the Romanian would have come on board with the queens. The Romanian explaining his thought process. I get it, he's not too much invested. Quite reasonable, I think, the fold. Perhaps a little bit nitty, but I mean, it looks super smart now when we see the result. Song Chen, the short stack, sitting on 11 big blinds, 4.4 million. Carry On UK is the chip leader. King 10 now in second place. Frankie Lee up there on 30 bigs. Matthias Steinberg also sitting on 30 bigs. Then we have the Romanian Unut Dan Velicu, 20 big blinds. Armando, Overdue, and then this gentleman Song Chen. The short stack, blinds 200k, 400k. Jack 10 suited, 7.2 million. Ovidiu Ibirna could easily be at the cash cage at this stage. Where to go with the queens? Decided to fold them pre-flop. He's picked up Jack 10 suited. Makes it 975 to go. Now, the Greek player who's sitting on 15 million. That ace jack 3-bet all in rip. He ran into ace king. Queens folded. Hit his jack. Doubles through this gentleman, Armando, who must be in absolute shock. Now, the French player in on the button with ace jack, but I mean, he just witnessed Ovidiu fold the queens pre-flop, so you kind of got to give him respect for his raise. Don't think we're going to see a 3-bet from the Frenchman. May see a call, but I think more likely, I think he just lets the ace jack go. Tight, yes, but tight is right, perhaps, in this particular situation. Carry On UK, ace jack. I mean, given the fold in the last hand, it's hard to see Carry On UK 3-bet here, but it's cutting out chips. Flat calls, does have the benefit of position. Post flop. Well, he actually 3-bets. I'm surprised at that. But it's going to really put pressure on Ovidiu. Birna, 2.5 million now. I mean, would a 4-bet work from the Romanian? Jack 10 suited. The 4-bet all in here, you would absolutely put him on a premium hand. But Jack high, 6.2 million behind. Jack 10 suited. Frenchman taking down another pot. Chip leader, overall tournament leader. More than double the average stack, which is 10 million, 16 players. Song Chen under the gun, 11 bigs. I expected to go in. Remarkable results from Song Chen here in King's Resort. Now, King 10 in the tank, and I'm not sure why. Because he's absolutely never calling this 4.4 million. Ever. In a million years, he's never calling. I don't think he realised the action was on him. Armando folds to Jack 5. Carry on UK. Weak ace in the bin. Frankie D folds, and the small blind. Dan Velicu folds. Matthias with the 10-9 in the big blind folds. Song Chen takes down the blinds and antes, which equates to 1 million. Brings the stack from 4.4 to 5.4, but we'll have to post 800k now this hand between the big blind ante and the big blind itself. So, looks like 2 bust outs from the outer table. And that means we're going to balance this table with the outer table. The next big blind, which is Song Chen, will be moved to the outer table, and that will leave us with 14 players. 14 players, average stack about 11.5 million. Yeah, you can see it there, top right, 11.6 million. Song Chen being moved. He'll go into the next big blind position, or the worst position on the table, given that he was about to post big here. And I believe it would leave both tables with pretty much the exact total chip count, if that makes sense. There's 160 million in play. There's about 80 million on both tables. Now, Matthias Steinberg. Opens in the small blind position with the 5 deuce off. He raises. And the Romanian with 14 bigs behind. with 10-4 offsuit. All these players now locked up €8,000 for themselves.
Good luck.
What's the situation? Vidju folded there. Leaves himself at 5.4. He's going to be posting small blind next hand, 13 bigs. And Unut Dan Veliku with 17 bigs. Armando 19 bigs. Matthias 29 bigs. Frank 30 bigs. King 10, 37 bigs. And then the chip leader you see on the right hand side of your screen, the Frenchman, Carry On UK, sitting on about 22 million, I believe. So action with Armando Annunziata under the gun. This will be folded. Oh, that is funny. The dealer just staring at the player. Player not realising. Well, it's an awkward seat. Seat 1, you can't see the action. But I mean, this dealer don't mess around, believe me. Now, Chippy. $22 million stack, ace 4. Makes it 875, folded all the way around to the blinds. Ovidiu Birna with the 8-7 in the small blind. Can't really do anything here. 5.2 million behind, 13 big blinds. This is folded, and then in the big blind itself is the Greek player, who I believe is based in Germany, King 10, with the King 2 offsuit. Now, under the gun, ace 2 for the chip leader, who folds, and it's folded right around to the cutoff, which is Matthias Steinberg. He folds now on the button, 5.2 million of Vidju. Folded the Queen's pre. both with complete air here. Armando with the benefit of position. King 10 checks flop. 500k bet from Armando. You can see a question in the chat there, Pescado, asking why was Song Chen moved. Well, the reason he was moved is the tables have to be balanced. If, for instance, one table loses more players than the other table, for an example, there's 8 players on our feature table, 8 on the outer table. The outer table loses a player. That means there's 7 on the outer table, 8 on the feature table. That's fine. But if the outer table loses another player and goes down to 6, well, then that's 2-player difference. So then the table has to be balanced. The 8-handed table takes one of the players off, and how that works is the next big blind is moved, and that player is moved then to the outer table. So you have a 7-handed and 7-handed table rather than an 8-handed and 6-handed table. So 14 players left in the European Poker Million. The feature table we're watching with the overall chip leader. You can see in the screen straight in front of you. Hosting small blind, it's the Frenchman listed here as Carry On UK. Now, big blind is Frankie D, and under the gun is unit Dan Veliku, who just folds the 9-5 offsuit. Now Matthias Steinberg with the King 5 off. Best Juggler Antarctica, you're very welcome. Not sure exactly which player you were, because I haven't really been following the chat, but do let me know. Oh, you finished 7th. Well done, sir. Congratulations. 7th place in the Benelux. Don't tell me who you are. Let me try and remember. Do remember. There was a big fish. Dennis. Would that be you, sir? Good game, Dennis. Right, action here with the chippy in the small blind position facing a min raise from Armando on the button. Armando with the 8-7 suited, and Carry On UK with the suited queen in the small blind position. This guy is just relentless, not willing to give up anything. He does let that one go. This is Frankie D. King 6, big blind, 400k. Should be defending here versus button open. Puts in the additional 400k. We're going to go to a flop, 2.2 million. While it's Action City, Frankie has flopped 2 pair, but Armando Annunziata, who was running pretty bad, has now flopped trips. Jack on the turn. Frankie out of position. Positive he's ahead here. Absolutely positive. Kicker's improved. So we're going to see Frankie bet for value, I'm sure, on this turn. Kings and eights with the Jack kicker. 2.2 million in the pot. That's 800k it looks like. So Armando Annunziata will probably continue to disguise the strength of his hand. Queen 8 puts in the 800k, and decent pot developing here. 3.8 million in the pot. Now, river, what happens? Well, it's a bit of an action killer because the king goes behind to Jack X, and Armando would be concerned himself that Jack on the river. So let's see what happens. He does put in a value bet. 2 million. I mean, this gets snapped off if that Jack didn't roll out in the river. There's the call, 2 million, massive pot. Huge pot for Armando Annunziata, and Frankie D takes a massive hit. Brings him down to 8.2 million. Losing close to 4 million in that pot. $14 players left. Viju Abarna with the ace 3, 5.2 million stack. Big blind 400k. Now King 10 in the hijack with 14 million in his stack. Chip leader on the button. Not going to get any resistance. 25 million. Average is 11 million. It's just one-way traffic for the French player. who is looking super strong, I'll be honest. He really is. Button moves. So, Frankie D on the button. Minute. Dan Velicu small blind and Matthias Steinberg big blind. So we have Ovidiu Ibirda will be under the gun. That's Ovidiu there in the screen. He's got to generate something pretty soon. He's down to just 10 bigs. The blinds are up 250k, 500k. 10 big blind stack, so 20% of a stack's going to be posted. Blind next hand. Ace 4 under the gun. Now, 14 million stack for King 10, who's second in chips on this feature table. Average stack, just over 11.5 million. $1.3 million open from King 10. It's folded right around to the players in the blinds. Dan Velicu holds the 8-7 and Matthias Steinberg with 9-3 of hearts defends. Well, Matthias Steinberg turns the full boat. Went from a massive underdog to being 82% favourite to win this hand. King 10 checks back, flop. Matthias gets there on the turn. Matthias takes it down, brings the stack up to 13 million. This is the feature table. One of two tables still in play, 14 players, average stack 11,600,000. Armando, 12 million stack, average, he folds, so carry on UK. Always going to be opening here. Queen 9 in the hijack position. What an advantage to have 24 million chips with average stack at 11 million. But carry on UK has run into pocket kings here. Unit Dan Velicu from Romania on the button position here, playing 6 million, 1.1 million raise. We've seen him shove for the lot in similar situations. He does the same here. Three bet rips all in with the kings. Straightforward decision from the Frenchman. Never going to be calling here. 5 million with Jack 9 off. So all in the small blind with King Jack offsuit. So action with King 10, 7 deuce. Likes to take his time. It's going to cost him 33% of a stack. Button moves. Blind still 250,000 to 500,000. This is a 1 hour clock. Still 14 players remain. We're making our way towards that final table. Of course, all these players guaranteed a decent payday. 8k. Approximately 8,000 is the 14 place minimum payout. Now, there's the chip leader, Carry On UK, under the gun here with the Ace 9 suited. Armando in the big blind with a7, puts in the additional 550, and we're going to see a flop here. First to speak will be Armando Annunziata. Well, he actually 3-bets. This is quite a strong play from the Italian. Frenchman, I think I'll let it go. I mean, it really does look like super strength from the Italian, 3-betting the chip leader. And he actually gets the chippy to fold the stronger hand. So Armando not going to let the Frenchman run over the table. He makes a stand in the big blind there with the a7. $14 remain. 10 of these 14 players will be awarded that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. This is Matthias Steinberg. With the King 10 suited, Ace Jack for the short stacked Ovidiu Ibirna. Wow, lets it go. Decides to wait. He feels he'll get a better opportunity. This is King 10 on the button with the 8-5 suited. Now, the Italian in the small blind. Pocket sevens. Armando with the sevens, Matthias Steinberg with the King 10, both these sitting on the same size stacks. Just above average 11.5, both are sitting on 13 million behind in total. Armando Annunziata with the sevens makes the call, and now the Frenchman in the big blind getting a massive price, but deciding that he doesn't want to continue with ace 3. Not sure where he'd be if he hit his ace. He just makes the quick decision to fold. So we're going to go to a flop. Matthias raised pre, and that's a good start for Matthias. King in the window. Armando does have that flush draw. However, he has no assurance that his 7-high flush will be good if he was to hit it. So I can't really see Armando too interested in this board. King Jack 3. 1 million into a 3.4 million pot. Very small sizing from Matthias Steinberg. And Armando, interesting, he check raises to see where he's at, and it gets called, a snap call from Matthias. Ace on the turn. Well, I mean, that was a huge hand for the Frenchman, who I believe had the ace 3. Armando, it looks like he's going to fire again. This is too much pressure for Matthias Steinberg. Armando has gone off on one here, and he wins a huge pot. It brings him close to 20 million. And you could see the relief when his opponent Matthias Steinberg folded. Big pot. Pocket sevens for the Italian. 19 million in chips. Change of dealer. Still 14 players remain here at the Euro Poker Million final day. Graphic there is the chip count for all these feature table players. Sevens for Vidju Birna. Moves all in 5.2 million. Let's rip. King 10 with 7-3 should be just. Folding here. I mean, I don't understand this. I really don't. Why would he tank here with 7-3 off? I'm not sure the reasons, but Armando won't be tanking too long before he makes the decision to call. 19 million stack, 5.2 million shove from the short stack on the button. Sorry, in the hijack position on Armando. Annunziata with the 9s on the button. He's going to be calling here for sure. Overdue Birna, all in 5.2 million with the pocket sevens. Armando Annunziata, the Italian, on the button with the pocket 9s, just waiting for Armando to make the decision. He ain't folding 9s. There's no chance he will. He's just trying to make his mind up. Does he flat or does he re-raise? Well, that's quite remarkable that he folded the 9s. It really is. I'm really surprised. And Vidju Ibirna will be surprised himself when he sees that stream later on. He survives. Interesting. I really didn't expect that fold from the Italian. Pocket 9s, he let it go. 7 players on our feature table. The Italian is taking a break. Armando has just left the room for a minute. This is Ovidiu Iberna, King 8 suited, 6.4 million stack. He folds now King 10, Ace 5 suited. What can he do? Average stack.
Raised 1.4 million.
1.4 million. Folded around to the big blind, which is Unit Dan Velicu. Big blind not interested, 9-8 off. King 10 takes it down, gets a stack up to 12 million. Button moves. Under the gun, but King 3 offsuit. Snap fold. Now the 5-3 for King 10. He folds. Seat 1 is the Italian Armando. 7-6 fold. Chip leader in the cutoff folds. This is Frank on the button, 6.7 million. No interest. Battle of the blinds. Unit Dan of EQ. Small blind, 9-4 offsuit in the big blind is Matthias Steinberg. Matthias is quite sticky in the blinds. Dan Velicu not wanting to tangle, and Matthias takes down the pot with a walk. Button moves. Now the short stack will be posting big blind ante. Ovidiu Iberna posting the 500k big blind, 500k big blind ante. And under the gun here we have King 10, 9-3 offsuit. Matthias in the small blind with Queen Jack. Well, I mean, I'm just shoving into the smaller stack here in the big blind to find Matthias. It looks like he's limped. Ovidiu getting a free flop. He is dominated pre. Up and down, a straight draw for Matthias.
We raise 1 million.
Now, Frank. Hijack position. With the queens. And the Romanian looks interested. Pocket fives, this is dangerous. Unit, the Dan Veliku. Pocket pair.
4, call. 1 million.
Flats.
5 pass.
King Jack in the small blind position for Ovidiu Birna. Ovidiu considering a 3-bet perhaps. King 3, a lot of money out there. 3.3 million out there. He's asking for a look at the stack of Frankie D. Ovidiu Birna. Small blind, King Jack offsuit. Small blind position. Interesting situation developing here. Queens for Frank. Opens to 1 million, a min raise. Flat with the fives. From Unit Dan Velico, and now Ovidiu Birna looking at 3-betting, putting his entire stack in. That's what it looks like to me. I think it's fold or let rip. Can't see any other reasonable decision. I think flatting here is a big mistake. King Jack off, out of position. Fold, the best of all options in my opinion. King 10 in the big blind with the 10-5. Not good for Dan Veliku. One of the fives about to be folded.
8 pass.
So Frank D with the queens. Dan Veliku with pocket fives. Gonna see a flop. Just 1 5 left in the deck. Oh, ouch. Goodbye, Frank. It was nice to know you. No escape on this low board. Frank D will be continuing and putting all his money. Unit Dan Veliku with the set. Frankie D going for the check raise all in.
4 bet all in. 3 call. Showdown.
Oh, that is sick. Now, can Frank find a queen? Backdoor diamonds. Runner for a chop. 6-8. 3-6. for the straight. Three on the turn. 6 or a queen. 6 for the chop. Queen for the win. Doesn't happen. Frank. It looks like he's eliminated. It's close because they're very similar stack sizes. Frank D with the queens. Unit Dan Veliku. Pocket fives. 5 folded pre. Case 5 comes out in the flop. So 6 now on our feature table. 7 on the outer table. 13 players remain. 12.5 million average stack. This is the chip leader. King 8 suited. Fold it right around to the button, the short stack, with 8-6 offsuit. Vidju folds. This is King 10 in the small blind with the Queen Jack suited. Oh, this is huge. 22 bigs. Carry on UK. Nothing he can do with King 8. Folds. King 10 takes down. A pot gets a stack up to 13 million. Average 12.5 million.
One pass. Seven pass. Eight pass.
So action now, Armando Annunziata. The Italian on the button with the King 10 suited. We're going to see an open here. Armando. He's joined chippy now with the French player who you see in the right hand side of your screen. Carry on UK. Unit Dan of Liku sitting with the same hand. King 10. What's in the additional 525? We're going to see a flop. The Italian with the benefit of position, and Armando is the pre-flop raiser, so in control you would think. 9, 6, 3, 1 spade. Unit checks. I think you might see a check back here on this board. Armando with the 2 overs, backdoor flush, backdoor straight possibility. Well, he's going to fire, try and finish this on the flop. Not sure what he'd do if he got raised. Really small sizing. Dan Aviliku, King 10 offsuit, makes the fold.
Seven pass. Eight pass. One pass. Two pass. Four pass.
Matthias getting a walk once again. I think players they've sussed out how sticky Matthias gets in his blinds, and just too much hassle battling with him with weak holdings, and he's got to walk several times. So about 20 minutes or so left of this 250 500k blind level. Still 13 players left. Average stack 12.5 million. This is one of the big stacks, Armando, right next to the chip leader, which is Carry On UK. Cut off 7-4, he folds. You note Dan Velico on the button, 9-3 offsuit, but this is Matthias Steinberg with an ace in the small blind. Now he should be just shoving this ace. Maximum exposure is just about 4.5 million. Well, he does shove into the short stacked, well, King Jack. I think I'm calling here, I'll be honest. 8 bigs behind. King Jack, blind v blind. I think this qualifies as a call. Overdue Birna, the Romanian, with 4.2 million behind. King Jack. It is close. You're flipping here a ton of times, but you're ahead quite often. Well, Ovidiu Birna folds. Matthias flashing the ace. 8 bigs behind for the Romanian now. Players, all guaranteed €9,000. Prize money now becoming very significant. 19 million stack here for Carry On UK. Hijack position, ace 8 suited. Unit Dan Velicu in the cutoff with the King 8 suited. Matthias folds, and this is the short stack in the small blind position with the Queen Jack of spades. Queen Jack of spades in the dustbin now. This is King 10 with the ace 5 of clubs. So ace 5 of clubs for King 10 here in the big blind position. Not afraid to 3-bet. Does make the call on this occasion with the ace 5 suited. Carry On UK with ace 8 of spades. King 10 with ace 5 of clubs. and nut flush draw for Carry On UK. That would have been an interesting flop had had Ovidiu Birna got involved with the Queen Jack of Spades. He would have flopped a massive combination draw. But King 10, bottom pair, Carry On UK with the nut flush draw. Four on the turn, ace 5 in the lead. Disappointment for the chippy as he sees King 10 show bottom pair in the flop, ace 5. It's gone check in every street. Thirteen players still in the mix. Average stack 12.5 million. 6 here in our feature table, 7 on the outer table. It's the final day of the 1 million guaranteed Euro Poker Million. There's 170,000 plus up top here. This is Carry On UK under the gun. Queen 4 suited. It folds and now Unit Dan in the lead queue. 8 deuce in the bin. Matthias Steinberg in the cutoff with pocket 4s. Steinberg takes that down. So 13 players all guaranteed €9,000. But of course, top 10 received the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. The 2021 WSOP Europe dates, of course, set in stone, just around the corner, kicking off November 19th. 15 World Series of Poker gold bracelets up for grabs. The highlight, of course, of that festival is the 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event. That holds €5 million guarantee, that 10k buy-in, but believe me, that will be absolutely obliterated, that guarantee. We have an avalanche of live qualifiers, and of course, with the high volume of live qualifiers, this attracts all the regs. And then we have the online qualification, I believe, on GG Poker So big numbers expected, absolutely huge numbers. Anyone thinking of coming? Well, you need to book pretty pronto. Now, Matthias Steinberg, pocket nines, under the gun. Ah, that is quite remarkable. Nines versus nines. Now, can one of these players win the pot? That's the question. Matthias, under the gun, makes a 1.5 million, now king 10. With pocket nines, 15 million back in the stack. King 10 flats. Armando Annunziata with ace queen on the button. Open under the gun with the nines from Matthias. King 10 flats with the same hand. And now Armando on the button with ace queen. All in and outs from Armando. Snap fold around to Matthias, who snap folds the nines. Didn't even think about it. Now, king 10, pocket nines. Well, Matthias will get a bit of a laugh out of that, seeing the nines from king 10. And you can see Armando going, wow, you'd nines also. So coming to the end of this blind level, the 250 500k blind level. You can see the top right there, 12.5 million is the average stack. 25 bigs. It's going to get more shallow now with the expiration of this 250, 500k level and the introduction of the 300, 600k level. But meantime, King 10 looks down at Ace 10. $1.8 million. It's a pretty sizable raise given the big blinds 500k. 3.5x plus from King 10. This is Carry On UK sitting on 18 million. Queen Jack suited. Lets it go. Matthias lets go his big blind. Button moves. Matthias posting small blind. And I believe it's the short stacked Romanian player who you see in the center of your screen, Ovidiu Ibirna, will be posting big blind and the big blind ante. Both valued at 500k, but due to increase after this hand. Well, blinds showing 300, 600, but I think this is the final hand at 250, 500k. King 10 folds, Armando folds, now Carry On UK, cut off pocket eights. $1.1 million raise. Matthias calls with the fives. Well, it looks like Unut Dan Veliku flatted on the button with the ace 5 suited. And now the big blind is getting a massive price with 10-8. Well, this is Action City. Ovidiu Ibirna is going to be busted out of this tournament. He flops top 2, but he's pretty much dead. Well, he can hit a 10 for a full boat. But look at Unut Dan Veliku. No flush draw. 2.3 million all-in rip from Ovidiu Ibirna, and you can see the French player asking for a count. Set of eights, just buying time for himself, calculating his decision. He's just going to flat here and try and induce action. And I believe Unut Dan Veliku will continue if the big stack here just flats. Dan Veliku, I think, will come along. $2.3 million. That's 2 million. Well, he's re-raised, so I think that might just fold out. Dan Velikiu with the flush draw. He's min raised. So he's going to have to increase it a little bit, the raise size. 2.3 is going to have to make it 4.6. Oh boy. Oh wow. Incredible. What a pot. 30 million. Now, in bad shape here is Ovidiu Birna, but if he hits a 10, he's going to be right back in this. The chip leader French player, massive favourite, but he's got a lot of cards to dodge here. This is a huge pot. Last hand of this 250 500k blind level. There you can see in the background Fracas, the Romanian. Whoa, club. Now redraw to the full house. Does it happen for Carry On UK, or does the flush hold going to the river? 10 for what? That is just incredible. Now, the thing is, Carry On UK wins a side pot, a really big side pot. So we actually lose unit. That is an incredible pot. Flush on the turn, full house on the river. But Ovidiu Birna, his full house bigger than the Frenchman's, but the Frenchman will be happy enough to come out with profit. It leaves him on 24 million, and we're down to just 12 players. You can see unit the Dan Velikiu hit the flush on the turn, but the board pairs on the river. We're going on a break, back in about 10 minutes. Do join us then.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the Euro Poker Million. Just about to kick off here. Down to just 12 players, and we have Song Chen moved from the outer table to balance the tables here. So we have 6 on our feature table, 6 on our outer table. Massive hand. What a hand there. Before the break. Pocket 8s versus ace. 5 of clubs versus 10-8 on a 10-8 2-club board. Incredible. Flush. Got all the money went in, of course. Flush on the turn, and then the 10 on the river to give this gentleman the house of 8s. But it was the Romanian Ovidiu Ibirna with the bigger house. This is Song Chen. He's desperately short.
3 pass. 4, 5 pass.
So, back in business. Ovidiu Ibirna. Small blind here with the ace 6. So Suda connectors here for the chip leader, 24 million stack under the gun. Of course he's going to raise here. 7-6 of diamonds, 1.3 million. The blinds now 300,000, 600,000. Song Chen, love to be seeing a flop here, but he just can't get involved. Given the situation with his stack, just 6 bigs. Now, Ovidiu Ibirna, Queen 7 on the button position. This is for Sebastian. Action with the Italian in the big blind, who decides not to defend with the 10-8. And the chip leader gets his stack up to 25 million. Just 12 players left here at the final day of the Euro Poker Million. All of these 12 players guaranteed 9k. But getting closer to that World Series of Poker Europe ticket bubble. So this is the Romanian sitting on 13 million, King 10 also on 13 million, Ace 8 on the button position. Average stack about 13.5 million. King 10 on the button, Ace 8. Blinds 300k, 600k. Average stack about 22 bigs. Well, there you have it. 13.5 million is the average. 12 players. Queen 9 in the hijack. Ovidiu Ibirna. Now, button. This is Armando Annunziata, 21 million. Second in chips. Makes it 1.3 million. Well, Song Chen, I think, goes for it here. Has to. And I think Armando has to call. He does. Great situation for Song Chen. It really is. 2-1 favourite to play a 7.9 million pot. Song Chen, the Dutchman, reg here in King's Resort, multiple tournament winner, numerous final tables, gets his money in good, but he's at risk. He's very short. Armando was compelled to call there, just 2.2 million back to him. Less than 4 bigs. And that's the end of hand. Ace 8, flopping, trips. No escape unless it comes perfect. Ace, ace. And that's it. End of story. Well, 4 for a straight, would you believe? Didn't see the backdoor straight possibility. 4 ball. Crazy stuff happening all day. Song Chen gets the double. Gets a stack close to 8 million. Now, Song Chen, 13 bigs, not a guy you want to give chips to. Vastly experienced. He's been here, he's done it. You give him a stack and he will punish you. 13 bigs here for Song Chen, but that will feel like a mountain of chips to him. Chippy is Carry On UK, the French player, sitting on 40 bigs. Armando has taken a hit, but still good for second in chips on this feature table. Ovidiu Abirna under the gun, 7-2 suited. Now, seems to be a lot of tanking and stalling. Getting very near that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket bubble. I think there's 12 left. Top 10 will be awarded that World Series of Poker Europe seat. King 10 with the King 9 in the hijack, taking his time. Does fold the King 9, and now the Italian cut off 10-8 snap fold. This is the chippy. Jack 3 off in the bin, just small blind. Song Chen 10-5. Now the player in the big blind is Matthias Steinberg. Quite stubborn when it comes to his blinds. Chen deciding to give him a walk, and Matthias Steinberg had the goods. I haven't seen any player getting a walk as often as Matthias Steinberg does, but we having the benefit of watching his, seeing his cards for the last number of hours, you can see that he defends his big blind quite rigorously. Of course the players pick up on that. Song Chen there was shackled with his 13 bigs, so quite understandably letting the 10-5 go into the dirt. Now, under the gun, King 10 with the 5 deuce off. Well, we're going to see a clash. 2 big stacks. Armando Annunziata with Ace King. Carry On UK. Pocket tens. Looks like 4 million. Three bet. Now, I'm not really clear why overdue would be stalling there. Does fold and now action back with the player with the real hand. Ace King moves in. Oh, this is such a fast 4-bet all in that Carry On UK can't like this. It's been so fast. It's one of three hands. Aces, kings, or ace king, perhaps queens, so you can see the tens. Folded, and that brings Armando into the chip lead. Carry On UK didn't want to play for stacks, but the speed and the comfort and clarity that the Italian made this decision. Armando with jacks. I'm not clear why overdue is tanking every hand. Perhaps it's just trying to get up the ladder, get into them top 10 places. So Armando, 24 million stack. Now, Song Chen got his double. Now he looks at aces. $13 big blinds. $1.3 million. The Romanian overdue Birna looks down at fours on the button. Song Chen with the aces. Okay, this is a problem. Overdue counting out chips. You can see Matthias on the left there. Not too impressed. The amount of time being taken. 1.3 million, flat called. On the button. King 10, 4-3. Now he takes his time. I'm really not clear what's going on. Perhaps I'm missing something. Maybe someone can fill me in on what I missed. 4-3 offsuit, King 10, small blind position. He folds, and now the Italian snap folds the 10 deuce offsuit in the big blind. So we're going to go to a flop. Overdue Birna versus Song Chen. Armando has folded the 10 deuce. So just two players here as we go. Flop, Jack 8-7. Well, I think easy enough board for Overdue Birna to get away from. Song Chen with the check, inviting the Romanian to put some money in. 4 million in the pot. Overdue Birna, pocket fours, he reaches for chips. This is a check raise for sure. 1.4 million. Bet from Overdue Birna. Never folding the aces here. Song Chen. Check raise all in. And that's end of hand. Overdue Birna asking for a call, but it's not reasonable to expect that he's going to put another 4.9 million in, close to 5 million. With 2 fours, no clubs. 3 overcards. So we're just waiting on Overdue Birna to fold. There's no other reasonable outcome here. Flatted pre with his small pairs. I mean, it's a horrible board for fours. But Song Chen was crafty. He check raised. Squeezed some more money out of Overdue, who's just taking a little bit too much time, in my humble opinion. He ain't calling here, there's no chance. And now time is being called. I think that's a fair shout, to be honest. I think if players could see Overdue's hand, they'd be calling time a lot quicker. Is he genuinely thinking of calling? That's the question. The answer is no. There's no chance. Absolutely zero chance. So, TD, what's the clock on over to Berna, who now folds the fours? Song Chen has tripled his stack in this orbit. So, change of dealer, and now over to Berna is the short stack on the table. Matthias Steinberg is also short. Song Chen playing 12 million, which is 20 bigs, with blinds at 300k, 600k. Then up top we have Armando Annunziata. Song Chen smiling once again. He is a character, this guy, he really is. Top quality tournament player in the no limit Hold'em and PLO format. Now 7-4 offsuit in the cutoff. Over to Berna is going to fold here, the 7-4, and King 10 on the button with the 7-3 suited. Now, Queen Jack, small blind Armando Annunziata. The Italian is the chip leader on this table. Looks like 1.3 million. Blinds 300k, 600k, and carry on UK with 4 deuce unsuited. Flicks the big blind over to the Italian. Song Chen now getting a walk with 9-3 off. That will work. Just 12 players left. All these players guaranteed 9,000. Of course, up top is that 170,000. The buy-in for this was under €500, €490. That's Matthias Steinberg on the left. Straight in front of you is over to Berna, who looks down at his suited ace under the gun. A7 of diamonds under the gun. makes it 1.3 million with ace 7 of diamonds. King 10, average stack with suited connectors. 9-8, also of the diamond variety. Armando with Queen 4 offsuit. Well, okay. 3-bet incoming with Queen 4. And the French player looks interested here. Pocket 9s. He lets go the 9s. Remarkable. Ace Jack, Song Chen. Well, perhaps he folds as well. $3.7 million 3-bet from Armando Annunziata. And he's already got the pocket 9s to fold. And now Song Chen with Ace Jack. I think this goes in the bin also. Ace Jack folded, 7-2 snap folded. Action back with the original razor. Overdue, Berna, A7. He is suited, but this is a huge proportion of a stack. It's another, well, it's 33% of a stack. Armando Annunziata getting the maximum respect here. Getting the 9s to fold, Ace Jack to fold. And one would presume the A7 would be folded also. Chip leader doing what chip leader does. Does he show the bluff? No, he doesn't. Overdue, Berna down to 7.6 million. Now, Song Chen on the button, Jack 4 suited. 12 million stack, he folds. Blind versus blind here. This is Matthias Steinberg, limps with the Jack 9. Matthias and Overdue Aberna, both short. Overdue Aberna with 6.4 million behind. Just 11 bigs. Matthias trying to speed things up. Well, this is a big mistake from Matthias, opening the door for the Romanian to exploit the limp. Matthias was trying to hurry him up there by displaying a check after he limped. Overdue responded by pulling the trigger all in. Now, under the gun, the big stack. Double the average. We're down to 11 players. So we have a bust out on the outer table, which gives 5 players on the outer table, 6 here on our feature table. Blinds are 300,000, 600,000. This is Song Chen. Super dangerous. Very experienced. Jack 8 in the dustbin. This is Matthias Steinberg. And now overdue Abirna. Small blind with the goods. Ace Jack suited. Moves in. Ace Jack of hearts. King 10 shows the 9-6 off. The Romanian shows his hand and he's up to 9.4 million. Other players just asking what the hand was. Did you notice Song Chen there asking to see? When player sees the cards, all are entitled. Short stack, very left of your screen there, that's Matthias Steinberg. The German player is sitting on about 11 big blinds. There's still a good bit of time left in this 300,000, 600,000 blind level. Edging closer to that final table. Now on the button, overdue Birna with the Jack 4 offsuit. Small blind position. Ace 3. Armando, 7-3 in the big blind. He's just going to let this go, I'm sure. Now cut off, 3-2, offsuit, nut low. Now, story is the same here. 11 remain. We're getting closer to that final table. 11 players, 14.7 million average stack. This is the big stack, Armando Annunziata. On the button here with a suited ace. Carry on UK. Ace Queen, small blind. Versus button open from the chip leader, 3-bet incoming. Didn't work out too well from the last time, but there's no chance he's letting this Ace Queen go. Three bet as expected. It's coming. There it is. 3-bet from Carry On UK. Slow, steady, but sure. Effectively putting all his chips over the line. So action back with Armando, ace-4. I mean, you get the feel that there's no chance he's going to continue here. So just waiting on Armando Annunziata, ace-4. he's not going to call. I mean, he just can't do that. Ace 4.
17 million 200.
And now he's asking for a count.
7 milioni 10.
But the Ace 4 will go into the dustbin.
Foreman time.
I'm just not understanding why these players are tanking for so long. So 4-3 clubs. Under the gun, the Romanian taking his time also. Well, I guess it's a big bubble. To be perfectly honest, it really does make sense. It's a 10k bubble. Because there's 11 left, all guaranteed 10k, but then 10th receives 10k plus that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Now, Jack 3 versus Jack 5 on a Queen Jack 4 board. Song Chen with 9 million behind, and Matthias Steinberg moves in here, it looks like. Don't think Song Chen can call this. 5.1 million, it's a big decision. You could do this with any Queen X, given that there's 3 diamonds out there. We are 11-handed here in King's Resort at the Euro Poker Million. It's the final day, final 11 players. All of these guys have locked up 10k. 20 times their original buy-in. 21 times their original buy-in. 22 times, in fact, if my maths is right. But there's massive money up top, 170k. This is Matthias Steinberg taking down the pot here. Both players flop second pair, but Song Chen out of position. So Chen gets a stack up to 11 million. Tops the table. Thank you, dealer. Change a dealer. It really is tense. Look at these stack sizes. We've 2 giant stacks. They're basically the overall tournament leaders at the moment, Armando and Carry On UK, both playing 22 and 24 million. And then we have a massive gap to King 10 on 20 bigs, and we have Chen, Steinberg and Birna. This is Carry On UK in the hijack with the 7-6. Average stack 14,776,000, so 14.75 million. 7-6 goes in the trash. This is Song Chen, cut off 6-4. Now Matthias Steinberg on the button, moves all in with the King Queen. King Queen suited. Berna with King 7. This should be just snap folded, but I do get this severity of the pay jump. It really is a big step going from 10k to 20k. Remember, that's 20 buy-ins in the difference between 11th and 10th. So I'm getting it. I do understand it is kind of painful to watch. But let's be honest, it's about money, isn't it, really? It's about like maximizing your ROI. And if Ovidiu Birna feels this will help get him to that World Series of Poker Europe main event, well, what can you do? It's not illegal what he's doing. Having said that, players are entitled to call the floor. Steinberg not impressed, I tell you that, Matthias Steinberg. So we're watching the Romanian Ovidiu Birna about to fold the King 7. He's just eating up maximum time. Steinberg is not sure whether he has a genuine decision because he's seen Ovidiu do this pretty much every hand. He's trying to make out he's going to call here. There's no chance. If he calls this, well, I'm just leaving the commentary booth and finding the nearest lake to jump in. There's zero chance he calls here. That's Song Chen in the background. And here's your fold. King 7, about to go into the muck. And big blind, 5-3. King 10 looks at his hand, takes his time. So you can see what's going on here. It's clear strategy. The players heat up the clock, hoping that the outer table gets more hands in. I'm not sure how this works because I think the floor keeps an eye on the proceedings to make sure that one table is not tanking more than the other table, but very often you get both tables just taking so long that, you know, even though they're not, the advantage of doing that is negated, but it's just, you're looking at a real snooze fest. Anyway, this is pocket tens for the French player Carry On UK. He's been really impressive for the last 2 days. Pocket tens here again. He folded the tens pre-flop a couple of orbits ago versus the chip leader. Chip leader is in the big blind here. He's posted the 600k. This is the last hand at this 300k, 600k blind level. So 1.3 million raise from Carry On UK with the pocket tens. Matthias Steinberg snap folds the 7-3 offsuit. The Romanian on the button lets his hand go, but it's King 10's turn to eat up some time. 6-3, small blind position. He folds it now, the Italian. Oh, fasten your seatbelts, guys. 3-bet. Incoming now. This is absolutely tilting. If you're Carry On UK, the only player at the table that you cannot clash with. And it keeps 3-betting you. But what do? You just have to let the tens go. It's crazy situation for Carry On UK. Now, he does have the benefit of position, so he could peel, but I think it's just too problematic. It really is. Carry on UK here with pocket tens. The chip leader Armando Annunziata with the nines. Carry on UK folded to tens. I mean, it was less than 2 orbits ago. What do you do if you're sitting in the Frenchman's seat? Well, he's going to put in the additional 2.8 million to see a flop. 9.1 million, both players with just a 2x pot size bet behind in their stack, and ace queen should slow things down. 2 overs to both players' pairs in their holdings. Armando Annunziata, well, I mean, he could win it, I think, if he continues. And he does. He goes for chips. 9.1 million in there. I think 3-4 million will do it. $3 million, 30% pot size bet from Armando Annunziata, and this was the problem I had with the call pre-flop. If you miss, it's very difficult to continue. Carry on UK can't really do anything on this board. Armando Annunziata is going to get a stack up close to 30 million. With the weakest hand here, he's going to win the pot. The Italian coming out on top once again in the clash with the other big stack at the table, but now there's a big gap, 10 million between the Italian Armando Annunziata and Carry On UK. That's Sung Chen, came back from the dead, 5 bigs. Still short, but he is lethal. You give him a bit of wriggle room and he will produce. Now blinds up 400k, 800k. 14 bigs for Sung Chen. This is Matthias, 10 million. 7-5 suited in the dustbin. Now action with the Romanian with an ace in the cut-off position. Ovidiu Abirna. I think I'm folding this, to be honest. 10 bigs. It's a folder all-in shove. Hugely risky, given that you have 2 big stacks in the blinds. Birna feels the same. He folds. And now action has moved to the player known as King 10, the Greek player now based in Germany. On the button here with the King 3 offsuit. Action on the button player here, or should I say action on the player on the button. We are still 11-handed. Huge bubble. It's 10k. It's 20 buy-ins. It's more than 20 buy-ins. the difference between 11th and 10th. And you can just understand why there's so much tension. Armando says, look, buddy, you deserve a walk. Folds the 6 deuce offsuit and Carry On UK scoops the pot. Gets back his own blind, big blind ante, and the small blind from the chip leader Armando. And the button moves Armando on the button. The French player posting small blind, and this is Song Chen posting big blind. Now, Ovidiu Aberna, ace 10 suited, 7.9 million stack. Ace 10 suited, all in shove, and Song Chen in the big blind has to let it go, and it leaves himself with 11 bigs for Chen behind. Ovidiu Aberna sitting on 12 bigs. It really is tense stuff, and that's what these steep pay jumps produce. Really does lock the players up, but it really opens the door for an aggressive player. Now, Ovidiu Aberna with the King Jack suited under the gun. Berna, King Jack of spades, sitting on about 12 and a half bigs. Blinds up, so Armando Annunziata held to the minimum raise, 1.6 million. Carry On UK, it just cannot clash here with the big stack. It's just got to let this go. Armando raising to 1.6 million, fold from the Frenchman, and now Song Chen in the small blind with the Jack 3. Matthias, he's down to 10 and a half bigs. Button will move, he'll have to post a small blind, so just 10 bigs behind for Matthias Steinberg. You can see the story there. It really is shallow. Apart from Armando I mean, these players, like there's 4 of the 6 players sub 15 bigs. It just can't last too long. It really can't. We're going to see this bubble burst shortly for sure. Armando, what a great situation for him. He can just absolutely go to town here. He really can go up another gear. And given that he's knocked Carry On UK back to like 22, 23 bigs, he can really go up through the gears. And here is the Italian who should be opening, I believe, any two. He folds the 9-3 off now. Chance for Carry On UK. I'm just putting both these players all in with my King Jack suited if I'm in Carry On UK's seat. Well, the Romanian also in the hand, Berna, he's posted big blind. On the button is Song Chen. Matthias small blind. Carry On UK can just shove here. Gets a load of hands that he's flipping against to fold, even some hands that are better than him, like this ace-2 suited, for example. And a Berna with ace-8, big blind. It's an interesting spot. It really is interesting. Kind of feel that you're good here so often, but the stakes are so high. There you have it. All in. Shove, forcing out. The better hands. Carry On UK scoops the pot. Leaves him on 20 million. 25 bigs. Now, Matthias Steinberg on the button position. Iberna posting small blind and King 10 posting big blind under the guns, the chip leader. King Queen. I'm just putting all my chips in here. I really am. What am I afraid of? Well, I guess this guy can hurt me. Carry On UK, 8-3 offsuit. He's joining the Tank Fest. Now he folds 8-3 off. This is Song Chen. Also with the same hand, the 8-3. Matthias folds. Berna in the small blind position. Queen 9. Dominated. Interesting spot here. King 10 with the King Jack suited. Well, I guess he just defends. That's my thinking. It's costing him an additional 800k to see if floppy is suited. I mean, the 3-bet here is just way too high risk. There's the defend. Additional 800k put in by King 10. Going to go to a flop now. King high board would be massive problems for King 10. Well, ace 6 deuce King 10 has completely missed. Armando has also, but he's absolutely, totally comfortable here. This is a compulsory continuation, in my opinion. It's just going to fold out almost everything from King 10's range. And if not, well, you're getting the info back that he's connected. King 10 ain't going anywhere on this board. King Jack, 2 hearts, no heart on board, no pair, no draw, absolute none of this. So this hand will be junked for sure. So we're just watching King 10 here burn up a bit of the clock. He will be folding, there's no doubt. King Jack, chip leader, will extend his lead. Now Song Chen, 10.5 bigs, hijack position, has an ace. Well, he knows he just can't blind out.
Free raise, 1.8. 1,800,000.
1.8 million. And action has moved to Byrne now on the button. 10-4 offsuit. Well, King 10 with the same hand, Ace 5. This is Armando, big blind chip leader. Lets it go. It did look super strong there, didn't it? Chen from such a short stack. Now, Song Chen under the gun here. This is like a tournament within a tournament. This huge pay jump. It's like 10k in the difference. It's like survive this and you've locked up 20k. Now, Berna in the cutoff with ace 10 suited. Ten bigs. I think I just put it all in. All in rip here with the ace 10 suited. Now, king 10 looks down at 10-3 offsuit. Takes his time, eats up some of the clock. Armando. Annunziata. Ace 8. Well, I think this goes into the bin. He asks the dealer to give him a count. I mean, this is the last thing Berna wants. Berna gets that shove through, brings the stack back up to 9.9 million. About 12 and a half big blinds. Well, this is remarkable. One of the short stack players has left his seat. I just find that incredible. Now, the Berna ace queen suited, all in announced. 9.9 million shove. Chip leader, you can see him folding the hand, handing it to the dealer. And both French player and Zhang Chen fold their hand, blinds awarded. To Berna, who brings the stack up to 12 million. So we have Matthias on 10 bigs, King 10, 10 bigs, Zhang Chen, 11 big blinds. Berna up to 14 bigs, then carry on UK, 22 big blinds, 30 million then for the chip leader. Armando, Annunziata. It's the European Poker Million. It really is getting extremely tense. Blinds 400k, 800k. Well, you can see the celebration. There's been a bust out. That's incredible to see that. You don't see that. Like, they're all in the money. You see that on the bubble before the money. They've been in the money since yesterday. Like, they're all delighted because they all get this World Series Poker Europe seat. And you can see the atmosphere. That's why it was a bit of a pony and trap show for so long. It's that steep money jump between 11th and 10th. It's worth 10k. So all these guys, they're guaranteed 10k cash, plus the World Series of Poker Europe. We're going to see all of these guys on this feature table back for that standout event in just a few weeks. Big moment. A bit of a change in atmosphere. So now we're down to 10 players, so we're going to have 5 and 5. The player moved to the outer table is Matthias Steinberg. So 5 on the outer table, 5 on our feature table. Posting big blind now is Birna, the Romanian. I've no idea who's on the outer table, apart from Matthias Steinberg, who's just been moved there. And you can see the relief almost for all these players. Well, it is sizable payday, let's be honest. They've locked up 10k cash, and they have that World Series of Poker Europe main event seed. It's a great situation. This is the big stack, 30 million. Almost double the average. Average is 16 million. 160 million in play. This is Carry On UK on the button with the Queen 4 suited. Zhang Chen moving in the small blind here, moving all in. And action on Berna with an ace in the big blind. 10 big blind shove into him. Well, I think he's called. Berna has called here. Ace 5. Ace 10. Huge advantage. Song Chen. Eight of spades on the turn. Now, straight draw. 5 or 7. Doesn't happen. Song Chen doubles true. Berna, who's down to absolute shrapnel, just 3 bigs, I think. Complete change around for Song Chen, who's now sitting on 20 million, above average, which is 16 million. Dealer counts out the stacks just to verify. Now cut off King 10 for the French player who's sitting on 18 million. Player in the small blind is the short stack. He just has basically 2.5 big blinds. So Song Chen right back in it. Folds. Look at this. Berna 1.8 million. And he looks down at 980. Folds. Leaves himself with 2 bigs. This is King 10 in the big blind with the Jack 10 suited. So carry on UK. Top pair. King 10 with just 6 million behind. It's a really desperate state of affairs for the Romanian Ovidiu Birna. Now, action with the Frenchman under the gun. 10-8, 5-handed on this feature table, 5 in the outer table. We're on the final table bubble. Song Chen, the Dutch player, right back in this. This is Ovidiu Birna. Absolutely desperate. It's got to move this hand or the next hand. Small blind position. King 10 moves in. The Romanian asks, give me a look. Ace Jack. Takes down the pot, 7.7 million. So 10 players remain. Final table bubble. This is the Euro Poker Million, 170k up top. This is Song Chen, 19 million stack. Under the gun with the Jack 7. And that's an empty seat, but this is overdue Birna, who's going to be moving in for just above 2 bigs. Absolutely compulsory shove here with the King Jack. Problem is he's going to get called very light. That's the problem. King 10 won't be calling on the button with the 8-3. But I think both blinds will come in here. Not good for Birna. He's been blocked well. It's looking okay because Carry On UK. What? Oh, that's a huge mistake. Carry On UK folded to 1 big blind. That's just crazy. Unless Armando isolated, re-raised, probably that's what happened. So, King Jack, you're going to see a split pot here. And there you have it, the deuce on the flop. I mean, it's crazy. Would have given the hand to the French player who folded. I thought it was just 1 big blind to call. Perhaps the Italian re-raised. But this is a chop pot here. And we have a bust out from the outer table, so we're down to the final table. And can you believe it? Ovidiu Ibirna has made the final table with just 4 bigs, I think. We're going on a break. We're going to be back in 20 minutes for the final table.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
So, media pictures out of the way. You're very welcome back to the final table. Seat one there, you can see Christian, the Hungarian, is sitting on 25 million, well above the average stack, which is 18 million. The chip leader is Yanov Yaknin, who you can see in seat 8, bottom right of our screen. That's the short stack sent to your screen. Ovidiu Eberna. See some story if he can make the comeback from 2 bigs. So blind level is still the 400k, 800k. Still have about 20 minutes or so in this level. That's Thomas Hajek just leaving the table. He's sitting on about 14 million. And there's your chip leader with a bunch of yellows in front of a stack. That value chip is 1 million. Yellows equal 1 million. Now, prize pool. All these players guaranteed, of course, about 22,000. In fact, it's more. It's 11,896 plus the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. So total payout is 22k. Nice to have that locked up. And then the jumps now becoming really, really big, with 170,350 up top. All the payouts I quote include the World Series of Poker main event seat, World Series of Poker Europe dates, of course, we know are set in stone now. Kicks off next week, if I'm right. It's the opener that's happening. World Series of Poker opener is Friday week, 11th, the 19th, in fact, of November. That opener is a 300 buy-in. Well, it's 350 buy-in, 315 plus 35 with a 300k guarantee. That's a bracelet event. That kicks off Friday week, 19th of November. 15 bracelets to be won. Of course, the highlight of the World Series of Poker Europe is the main event, which kicks off on December 3rd. It's Friday, December 3rd. It's 10,350 to play that event. $5 million is the guarantee. Right now we have Ovidiu Eberna moving all in. Armando Annunciata with the ace-7 suited, 3.4 million to call. Still, he's looking around the table. A lot of players still to act. And of course, one of these players has him covered. So that's why he opts to fold Yanov Yaknin. The big stack with 35 million. But first of all, it's Thomas Hajek folding, and now King 10. Looks down at 6-5 offsuit and he folds. Well, I'm sorry he didn't fold, but he should be just not folding this. There's absolutely no reason for tanking here. There really isn't. I don't see any benefit, any sensible strategy for burning up the clock there. Next we have the chip leader with ace-10, and he's going to give Ovidiu Eberna a spin, but look at this, carry on. UK with Ace King. 8.8 million already in the pot. You're going to see a 3-bet for sure from Carry On UK, and he lets it rip with the Ace King. Christian Kiss looking very dapper today. Song Chen folds. So, Ovidiu Iberna all in once again. And, well, I mean, he could be right back in this should he hit a queen or jack. Janov Yaknin will be folding here the ace 10 for sure. This is a super strong 3-bet shove from the French player Carry On UK, who turns over ace king. But look at the equity for Ovidiu. You see, we've seen an ace 10 folded from the chip leader and straight in your screen, and we also seen the ace 7 folded by Armando Annunziata. So that's why Ovidiu Iberna, should he hit here, he could be right back in this tournament. 9-handed. All in, call, and then the 3-bet rip. So a good situation here for the Romanian. He could more than triple his stack. And, well, that is a great start. Queen on the flop. 2 aces already folded. So just 1 ace and 3 kings left in the deck. We go to the turn. 8 of clubs. That gives Carry On UK the flush draw. So any club, any ace, any king to eliminate Ovidiu. And the 8 on the river, the Romanian survives. It's interesting because Carry On UK should have actually busted Ovidiu Iberna when he was all in for 2 bigs. He moves in for 2 big blinds, and Carry On UK folded the jack deuce. Now, there was a flat call in small blind with the same hand as Ovidiu, which was the Italian Armando Annunziata. But I mean, I felt it was a really bad decision not to make that call. And you know what? It's come back to haunt him, because this has hurt, believe me. I know it's only 3.5 million, but it's painful. It's 12 million there that the Frenchman should feel is in his stack. Ovidiu Iberna now under the gun. 9 deuce offsuit. Thomas Hadjic. Now Janov Yaknin with the aces. Song Chen, King Queen, small blind. Song Chen makes the call in the small blind position, so we're going to go. I'd see a flop here. Chen needs to avoid queen or king high flop. Ten, 3, deuce. Chen has missed. Yanov Yaknin with the aces, massive favourite here. 97%. That is your chip leader, the Israeli, with a very sizable chip advantage. So Yanov, 35 million behind, dictating the pace here on our final table of the European Poker Million. All these players have locked up 22 million. Yanov Yaknin makes a 1.7 million. Carry On UK is folded. So the player we see in seat 1 with the white Peaky Blinders cap is Christian Kiz. King, Queen of Diamonds. And it looks like Christian's going to 3-bet. King, Queen of Diamonds for Christian Kiss. He's just flatted Antonio. I haven't seen him in a while. Antonio, the Italian. Ace. 7 of diamonds. In the small blind, he puts in the additional 1.3. He's already posted 400k. Blinds 400k, 800k. This is overdue Ibirna. What a story. 2 big blinds on the final table bubble. Ace in the window, Antonio in the lead here. Top pair. Does have kicker issues. He checks. Yanov Yaknin with the Queen Jack offsuit. Checks, and Christian Kiz checks also. 3 on the turn. Well, Antonio can bet this without any fear of getting raised. He's the player with all the threes in his range as the big blind defend.
Blinds, please. Small, big. You start a big one. Six. 1,600,000. One plus. Two plus.
So the situation here is Carry On UK has made it 1.6 million with the ace-4 suited. This is Antonio on the button. He folds and now Ovidiu Birna in the small blind with the queen 10. I expect him to just quickly fold this. And the big blind, which is Armando Annunciata with the jack deuce of suit. So, under the gun, 10-8 of spades. Folded. This is Janov Yaknin. Big stack. Now Song Chen, 8-5 suited. 15 million stack. Antonio with the same size stack, and the cutoff here with King Queen. You expect an open here from the Italian. 800k is the big blind. $1.8 million. Ovidiu Birna. 9-6, perhaps thinking of a 3-bet. Perhaps not. Now blinds, small blind snap fold from Armando and Thomas Hadjic in the big blind with 4-2 offsuit. Not interested in continuing. So Antonio is awarded the pot. It picks up 2 million. That's what's out there. Pre-flop. So, King 10, the shorty, Ovidiu Birna 12 bigs, Thomas Hadjic 15 bigs, then we have Chen Carry On UK, Antonio, all sitting around the 20 big blind mark. Then we have Christian Kiz, 23 million stack. Armando Annunciata on 28 million, and Yanov Yaknin, the chip leader on this final table of the Euro Poker Million. Yanov sitting on 33 million blinds, 400k, 800k, but this level due to expire pretty soon. So Yanov under the gun, the ace jack makes it 1.8 million now. Carry On UK, ace queen suited, 17 million. What's in the 1.8 million? Christian Kiss with the 9-7 offsuit. This is Song Chen, pocket eights. Just the obstacle, the 1.8 million with the pocket eights. Antonio with king 4 in the hijack. He folds, and now the Romanian overdue Abirna 10-3, that goes into the dustbin. Armando Annunciata with the king queen of hearts. Interesting decision here. Open from the chip leader, and then 2 flats from Carry On UK, who calls with the ace queen of spades, and then Chen with the pocket eights. Now Thomas Hajek 10-6, he is suited, getting a massive price, 1.4 million. He's getting 6-1. That's why he's thinking about it. Price is very attractive. Makes the call, and King 10 should be certainly calling 11-1. It's got to be calling here. Queen, a deuce suited. A lot of diamonds out there. Not a club between any players. Card. There's the 1 million call from King 10 with Queen 2 of diamonds in his hand. So we're 6-handed. Haven't seen a 6-handed pot since the start of this stream. I haven't seen one in quite a while, to be honest. Not in the tournament. So 6 players. I think Carry On UK is the one that started all this by just flatting with the ace queen. Then Chen flatted with the queens. Then Armando flatted with the king queen. Thomas felt he was priced in. Well, this is a big flop for Thomas. Flush draw. King 10. Bigger flush draw. But Thomas has the combo. Flush and straight draw. Chen with the overpair. There's going to be action on this board. I expect 12 million in the pot. King 10. Wow, this is interesting. Thomas moves in for 11 million with the combo draw. And King 10 moves in as well with the Queen Deuce. That will fold out every hand, including the overpair from Chen. Way too much action for Chen with the pocket eights. Well, Queen High is in the lead. Thomas Hadjek. Looking for a 4, a 10, a 6. King 10 in the lead with Queen High. Diamond would end it. Deuce on the turn doesn't make any difference. Same situation. 10, 6, 4 needed for Thomas Hadjek. He misses. And Queen High scoops a huge pot. 22 million. Hadjek will be down to about 5 or 6 big blinds. And you can see Chen on the left. He had the best hand, the pocket eights. Hadjek down to 5.6 million. King 10 up to 22 million in a stack, which is 21, 22 bigs. So, just to let you know, the World Series of Poker Europe starting Friday week. That is the 19th of November. We have the bracelet event, which is the 350 buy-in, 300k guaranteed opener. We'll bring all the action from that 300k guarantee event. So, player on your screen you can see there is Christian Kiz, the Hungarian. First to act here under the gun, 23 big blinds. My level is 500,000, 1 million. Still 9 players left in the field. This is Sung Chen. Now, Antonio, 20 bigs. 6, 2 of diamonds. Ovidiu Birna, 10 big blinds, Queen 4 offsuit. Armando leaves the table. This is the short stack. Thomas Hadjic moves all in with King Queen suited, King 10 with King Jack suited. 5.5 bigs. This could be a call, you know, on the button. King Jack of diamonds. He reshoves to isolate. Well, not good for King 10. Jack folded from the chip leader. So King 10, big underdog here. You can see the interest from the players. King Queen suited in the lead. Thomas Hadjic. King Queen of Hearts. Now can he hold? That's the question. Needs to avoid diamonds and a jack. Well, Queen now is a problem. Queen would give a straight to King 10. Well, the jack gives a straight to Thomas, who's 98% here. He's an absolute lock on this. Gets the double. King 10 hit his jack. But that gave Hadjic is straight, brings Hadjic up to about 13.5 big blinds, 13.5 million. There's your scoreboard. Thomas Hadjic, close to 14 million. Ovidiu Birna, short stack 10 bigs, and then Carry On UK 12 bigs. Sung Chen, 14 million stack, same as Thomas Hadjic. And then King 10, 16 million. 20 million for Antonio. So, under the gun, Song Chen folding the King 3. This is Antonio, 20 million stack. Lines 500k, 1 million. Carry On UK in the small blind, 7-6. Oh boy. Big problem for Carry On here. Well, he just limped in, so I think Christian will end it pre-flop with a raise. Christian Kiz with aces. in the big blind position. Sizing. Crucial. Doesn't want to scare away the action. He wants to keep Carry On UK on the hook here. $3 million, too expensive. The Frenchman folds a 7 high. Button moves. Antonio under the gun with the king 3 offsuit. King 10, 16 million in a stack. Pocket nines. So 3.3 million raise, which is almost 3.5x. The king 8 suited will be folded, and then action will move to Song Chen, who looks down at jack 6. He'll just let this one go, and the king 10 will take down the pot with the pocket nines. Get a stack up to 18 million. There's massive blinds and antes here with 2.5 million out there before a card is even dealt. Still 9 players. Average around 18 million. So first to speak here is Ovidiu Iberna, king 3 suited, under the gun 10 bigs. Ovidiu folds now. Armando Annunciata, 10-7 of spades. That goes into the dealer muck area. This is Thomas Hadjic. Thomas folds king 10 with the 9-8 suited. Playing average stack, he's not interested. Playing a little bit tight this final table so far. Players just feeling each other out. This is Janov Yaknin with the ace queen and the hijack. It's going to open. Million is the big blind. Makes it 2.2. Christian Kiss on the button with the jack 10 suited. playing 23 million behind. Now, Christian calling with Jack 10 of clubs. Antonio, 7-6. Big blind, 1.2 million, getting a massive price. Getting more than 5 to 1 on his money, so he puts in the additional 1.2 million. We're going to go to a flop 3-way. First to speak will be Antonio. Well, he hits this board. Top pair and the gut shot. And it's checked around to Christian Kiz. Christian with Jack 10 of clubs. Now the 9 on the turn. Antonio going to lead out here. Protect his pair. Does have the backup with a good shot. Yanov with ace queen, the 2 overs, but he's not closing the action. I think he's just going to let this go. And Christian shows disinterest in continuing. Antonio gets his stack up to 25 million. Good for a joint chip lead, I believe. Well, almost there. Yanov Yaknin on 26 million. Armando Annunciata on 26 million. And Antonio on 25 million. Big blind equivalent to 1 million. So pretty easy to calculate how deep blinds wise these players have. It's fascinating that the biggest stack is just 26 bigs deep. Now, pseudo connectors for Armando. They're folded. This is Thomas with 14 million stack. He folds King 10 on 18 million, which is average. 9-2 is folded. Yanov Yaknin folds the 10-5. Carry on UK folds with Christian. In the cutoff will be opening pocket queens. Christian Kiz, Queen, big blind 1 million. $2.3 million. Look at Chen, Song Chen, 11 bigs. This is so dangerous. This, I think, is an all-in rip versus a cut-off open. You look down the button at ace jack. I think I'm going with it. Song Chen, ace jack, close to pulling the trigger. I think he does. Song Chen, he's such a great talent for reading the situation. That's what he's trying to do here. He's trying to figure out hand strength from Christian, but he lets rip, pulls the trigger, and Jack 9 from Antonio straight in the bin. Over to Birna with the King 7 and the big blind. He'll be folding. This is brutal situation for Song Chen, who gets snapped and he knows he's behind. He's run into it. Pocket queens for Christian. Song Chen with the ace jack. So we're going to go to the flop. Ace on the flop. Okay. Chen back in business. Christian needs to hit a queen for a redraw. Oh, this is unbelievable. Now, can Chen hit the straight? Look at Chen. He's seen a lot, this guy. But this is incredible. 10 ball for the straight. Chen hits his ace, but Christian hits the queen on the turn. And Chen busted out in 9th place for 22,000. And he gets a round of applause for King's Reg. 22k. Nice payday for Chen. Eight remain. All 8 players now. Well, they're guaranteed 26k almost. About 25,900 is the guaranteed prize pool for all of these 8 remaining players. Remember, it's 170 up top. Song Chen, Busto, 3-bet ripped with ace jack, ran into the queens, spiked an ace, but the pocket queens for Christian Kiz connected and made a 7 on the turn. End of tournament for Song Chen. Christian now chip leader, 34 big blinds on this 8-handed final table. Blind level is still the 500k 1 million. Thomas Hadjic under the gun with 14 bigs. Ace 9 in the cutoff. Christian Kiz is the chip leader with 34 bigs. 7.7 million behind for Iberna. Armando Annunciata, A6, big blind. The Italian deciding not to continue. Now, action with King 10 under the gun. 18 million. 18 big blinds. Ace Jack. Well, it's too strong a hand not to open with. His sizing is going up. King 10. This looks like pretty big sizing to me as well.
2.7.
Looks like 3.7, which is quite big. Well, it's 2.7. That makes a lot more sense. 2.7 carry on UK. Pocket eights. Just watching carry on UK here with pocket eights. 12 big blinds versus an under the gun open from King 10. Carry on UK. May go with this pocket eights. It's all in or fold. I think putting 2.7 million in here is disastrous. Pocket eights go in the dustbin. Christian folds an ace. And now action with Antonio in the cut-off position. He folds. This is the Romanian Ovidiu Iberna. Who would have expected him to be here 8-handed on the final table? Certainly not I, when he was down to just two bigs. Now, what's he doing with 9-7 on the button? I do not know. Folding. Makes sense. This is the player in the small blind, the Italian Armando. Folds just Thomas Hajic. King 2 offsuit in the big blind position. So button with the Italian Armando. Thomas posting small blind, King 10 big blind, Yanev under the gun, he folds, and carry on UK folds, Christian folds. This is Antonio. Antonio folds. Action with Ovidiu Iberna cut off. 7.7 bigs. King Jack off. This qualifies, I think, for and all in. King Jack. I think Ovidiu has to let rip here, cut off. All in announced. Armando folds, and now Thomas Hadjic in the small blind position with the Jack 6. Christian with the pocket fours here. Christian is the chip leader. He eliminated Song Chen. Queens versus Ace Jack all in pre. Christian pocket fours. Great opportunity now for Christian to start applying pressure. These pay jumps are hugely significant. Difference between 8th and 7th. I mean, it's 6.5K. $13 buy-ins, massive. So Antonio here with the Queen 8. Antonio sitting on 24 million. He folds. Over to Ibirna. Suited King, 10 bigs behind. Christian opening with fours, folded all the way around to the blinds. King 10 in the small blind with King 6 of hearts. King 6 eventually folded. Now the player in the big blind is Yanov Yakhnin. Started this feature table with 35 million, but this is the player making all the inroads, up close to 40 million now. Christian Kiz takes down that pot uncontested. Blinds are still 500,000, 1 million. And still 8-handed on our final table. Christian picks up Ace Jack. I expect him to open here once again. Ace Jack. Christian Kiz under the gun with Ace Jack. Now, Armando Annunciata with the King Jack of Hearts. So the big stack here, Christian, 2.3 million, folded right around to Yanov Yaknin, 8-5 offsuit, and just the big blind, which is Carry On UK, he folds. Christian Kiz starting to take control. 42 million stack. Average 20 million. So he's average stack for four-handed. Very shallow here. I mean, it really is incredible how shallow this is. Another 20 minutes left in this 1 million big blind level. So just 160 bigs in play, and there's 8 players, 20 big blind average stack for each player. This is Ovidiu Birna with the ace deuce. Now, Yanov on the button, Jack 9 suited. 2.2 million it looks like. Fold it right around to the chip leader, Christian Kiz, in the big blind. Christian just going for calling chips. What's in the additional 1.2 million, and we're going to see a flop here. Christian has Yanov Yaknin covered. Flush draw for Yanov. Christian checks. Yanov bets it out. No dramatics. Continuation on the flop for Yanov. Christian folds. Big blind is still 1 million. Still 8-handed. Still on our final table. All these players locked up. Close to 26k. Well, I'm really surprised Armando has missed, and it's crazy. Ovidiu and Armando. both miss a hand. Well, they don't miss the blinds. They were under the gun +1, it looks like. So action with Janov Yaknin, who opens once again in the cutoff. He makes a 2.2 million, which seems to be his standard raise size. This is the chip leader, Christian Kiz, in the small blind with ace-5 offsuit. He lets it go, and now action with Antonio, who confirms with the dealer how much more to make the call, and he puts in the additional 1.2 million to see a flop. King Queen versus ace-2 suited. Janov Yaknin does have the advantage of position. 10-10-4, both miss this board. Check from Janov. Sorry, check from Antonio. It's Janov who's the pre-flop raiser, and now Janov in position leads out for 1.7 million. And a float here with the King Queen. Does have the backdoor straight possibility. 2 overs, of course. He'll feel if he can catch paint, he'll go with the lead, and there he goes. King on the turn. Antonio hits, he checks. Janov checks back. Deuce on the river. Janov would just love a showdown here. 2 pair ace kicker, but Antonio has to value. He's going to bet 3.5 to 4 million, I expect. Oh, lovely sizing. Very inviting. 2.9 million. Janov has made a pair, but he's trying to figure out a hand that would call him on the flop that he's actually beating now. Antonio floated the flop, got there in the turn, scoops the pot, gets his stack up to 29 million. Janov down to 24. So action here on Carry On UK. Five, 4 suited. No interest. This is Christian on the button. Leaves it to the blinds. It's blind versus blind. It's Antonio versus Ovidiu. Antonio in the small blind with 9-4 offsuit and gives a walk to the Romanian, who's delighted with that. He'll take that. Gets his stack up to 11 big blinds, and he'll post the $500,000 small blind. It's Armando Anunciada who's posting the big blind, and under the gun then Thomas Hadjic. So small blind rip here for 11 bigs with the Jack 10 suited into the big blind. Ovidiu Ibirna scoops it the pot and takes him up to 13 bigs. So Antonio here in the cutoff, King 10, 28 million, which is pretty deep considering the average stack is 20 million. Now Thomas Hadjic, big blind, 3 high, has to fold, leaves himself at 9 bigs behind. Antonio up to 31 big blinds. Pocket jacks for Carry On UK, just 9 big blinds. Incredible how shallow this is. I think it all goes in. Jacks for the Frenchman. He lets it rip and it's folded right around to Ovidiu Ibirna, who should be just snap folding this Queen 3. In fairness, he does. And now Armando Annunciata on the button with the King 2. This is Thomas. Small blind snap folds the Ace 2. This is King 10 with 10 deuce, 16 bigs. 10-2 offsuit. King 10. Don't like giving it up, but he has to. So Antonio with the Jack 9 suited. Makes it 2.3 million. Italian gets out of the way. King 10 with a small pair in the small blind position.
7 raise over.
Well, this will work, that's for sure.
8 plus.
Antonio with Jack 9 of hearts, he just lets this go. Can't do anything. Christian folds. This is Antonio. Jack 8 of hearts. Under the gun +1. Antonio folds. This is Ovidiu Berna. King Jack 13 bigs. This blind level actually coming to a close, so it's going to be even more shallow than it is now. Average stack is 20 big blinds per player.
Pass, 5 raise, 2 minutes. Six pass.
Armando with the same hand, King Jack, makes it, well, he raises, I'm not sure.
7 pass.
Is that right? Yeah, 2 million, which makes sense. Minimum raise with the King Jack. Fold it right around to the big blind, who folds, leaves himself with 9.7 million behind. You can see the chip counts there. There's basically 6 players, 25 bigs and under. Ovidiu Berna, 13 big blinds, ace 3, under the gun +1, he folds, and now Armando with 8-7. This is just playing so nitty, this table, it really is. It's like everyone is
6 pass.
just playing extremely tight. But the money jumps are massive. It just feels super tough. Granite-like. Carry on. Moves in here for 10 bigs. You're going to see a lot more of this now as time goes on, and we're actually coming to the end of this blind level. So instead of having like 160 big blinds in play, we're going to have like 125. Let's see if my maths is right. Probably not, but I won't be far off. There's 160 million in play, and with the new blind level, a big blind at 120,000, that leaves about 130 big blinds in play. So last hand at this 500k 1 million blind level.
Right, there's a new blind. 600 200.
New blind level announced, it's official. 600,000, 1.2 million now. Janef Yaknin, cut off raise. Ace 8. This is Christian, chip leader. Christian with Queen 10, small blind position. Well, it should be 3 better fold. Surely he's just not flatting, is he? Well, he flat calls, but look at this. Antonio with the real hand here. Cowboys in the big blind position. 26 millions, the last hand at this level. These are the 3 big stacks on the table. Antonio with the kings. So 7 million 3-bet, and we're going to get a quick fold from both. Janef Yaknin and Christian Kiz. And that gives us a new chip leader, I believe, Antonio, 33 million. Now, new blind level, so the blinds now have gone up to 600k, 1.2 million. And that leaves us with about 133 big blinds in play between 8 players, which gives us an average of 16 big blinds. I mean, this is just super shallow. It's a real tough grind. All the players are guaranteed like close to 26,000. But then like I mean, look at the difference between 8th and 1st. 1st is 170. So 145k in the difference. You can actually clearly understand why the players playing so nitty. But it is screaming out for someone just to take charge. Perhaps it'll be this gentleman, Christian Kiz, the Hungarian, looking down now on the button at the Queen Jack suited, 34 million in his chip stack. Joint chip leader. Looks over the clock, yeah, blinds at 1.2 million. So, button raise here from the chippy, and we're just going to get the small and big blind to surrender. Pretty expensive now. It's costing 2.4 million when posting big blind and big blind ante. So there's 3 million out there pre-flop with the average stack at 20 million. It's like 15% of the average stack in the pot before a card is dealt. Christian Kiz in the cutoff. Chip leader. Ace 3. 2.6 million raise. This is perfectly set up for a big stack. These pay jumps so big. Chip leader can really go to town. Ovidiu Birna has to fold, and now Armando Annunziata with ace 8 in the big blind, but he can't do anything. 21 million. There's a bunch of players short stacked. He's sitting on exactly average. I mean, I think this is a fold, I'll be honest. Well, Armando, you don't like getting pushed about. That looks like 3 betting chips. Looks again. Goes back to a stack. Big moment here for Armando. And then Chiata, the Italian, thinking of making a stand here. decides against it, and you can understand why. It's just too risky going up against the chip leader. Your average stack, you have 3-4 players who are on 8, 9, 10 bigs. Less even. Why gamble? Why risk it? By just surviving, you can go up that money ladder. Only problem there is a downside. Can be exploited. So, action now at King 10. Looks down at King 8 of diamonds. 21 million, which is pretty much bang on average. Lines are 600k, 1.2 million. Average stack around 16 bigs. I mean, it's ridiculous how shallow this is. Antonio on the cutoff with the King 5 suited. Ovidiu, Birna on the button. Just 9.7 million. He knows he's got to make something happen soon. Cutoff here. Opening from quite a wide range. Ovidiu knows that. So thinking of making a move here with the 8-6. He's looking at Thomas Hadjick's stack. Decides against the 3-bet Armando. Snap folds the 7 deuce off, and this is Thomas Hadjick. Just 5 big blinds behind. 8-4 offsuit. He folds. It's quite incredible, this. Antonio taking full advantage. Up to 35 million. That's what's going to happen. You're going to see a couple of aggro players who have good recognition of what exactly is going on, taking full advantage of these players with middling stacks. Given that there's a 5 big blind, 8 big blind, 9 big blind stack, you're going to see the likes of Antonio and Christian take full advantage. Now Chris looks down at 9 deuce, he folds. This is Antonio, while 7-4 folds. This is Ovidiu. Birna, ace king cut off. Mandatory shove here for sure. 8 big blinds. It all goes in, I expect. Good min raise. Look for action. But the straightforward route, shove for 8 bigs with the ace king snap fold from the Italian. And now Thomas Hadjick looks down at King 8 suited. He's not going to do anything with this. King 10, big blind position, looks down at ace 3 offsuit. Ovidiu Birna takes down 2.5 big blinds. Still 8 players, still average stack is 20 million, 16 bigs. Big blind is 1.2 million. It's crazy shallow here, it really is. But big opportunity, particularly for the bigger stacks like Christian and Antonio. Massive opportunity here. This would guarantee them a podium finish if they could take advantage, take full advantage. Christian, Queen 6 in the bin. Antonio folds the Jack Deuce. This is Ovidiu Birna in the hijack with the 10-3 offsuit. You can understand how tense this is. I mean, the pay difference is ginormous. We mentioned earlier, you go bust now or you go on to win it, there's a difference in payout of about 145k. But with all these players locking up, I mean, there is a massive opportunity. Now, King 10 limping here with the Jack 6. Yanov Yaknin checks his option, and we're going to see a flop for the first time in quite a while. King 10 in the small blind, Yanov Yaknin, the Israeli, in the big blind position. And it comes ace, 9, deuce, 3 hearts. King 10 with the flush draw. It's gone check, check. 4 on the turn. King 10 checks again. Three in the river. Jack High is going to win this unless Yanov can steal it. 3.6 million out there. 2 million would do it. Goes a little smaller. And Jack High will fold. Difficult to call with Jack High. Four cards to the straight. And King 10 gets his pockets picked there by Yanov Yaknin, the Israeli. Still 8-handed, can you believe it? It really is bizarre how shallow this final table is. It's like, I mean, it's just super nitty. No 3 bets. I haven't seen a 4 bet yet. But I get it. It's a massive payday. It's life-changing money up top. 170,000 euro. Now Antonio making it 2.9 million. This is King 10 on the button with the Ace 10. Action on King 10 here. He's in the button position. Ace 10. Looks to be in some stress here. Lets it go. Now, this is Carry On UK, 9.3 million. Queen 8 suited puts in the additional 1.7 million. We could be seeing a stop and go here, meaning whatever kind of flop comes, Carry On UK is just going to shove. That's the kind of board that favours the big blind. Carry On UK down to 7.6 million, just 6 bigs. Antonio up to 40 million. If you're getting Ace 10 to fold there pre, I mean, you should be opening any 2 cards. If you're Antonio or Chris, that is. If you get played back at, that's, well, I mean, the 3-bets are so infrequent that, I mean, you can just afford to just snap fold to a 3-bet without even thinking. You're still going to be in profit if you're continually raising and scooping up the blinds and antes, which are absolutely gigantic. 3 million out there pre-flop, 15% of the average stack, which is 20 million. This is Ovidiu, Birna, 5 deuce, 13 million stack. He should be just folding this pretty promptly. An action now with the Italian Armando Annunziata, who opens here with Ace 6 of clubs. Yanov has flatted on the button with the King Queen. Well, he's called the 2.5 open from Armando, and now Christian with a massive price, but his hand is just so trashy, but the odds are compelling, so he puts in the additional 1.3 million to call. Pot now 9.3 million. Armando the pre-flop raiser, but Yanov has the advantage of position. This is a big flop because Armando has made top pair and Yanov Yaknin with second pair. Christian has completely missed. Armando continues, and now action with Yanov, who has a piece of this, but with no diamond. He's not closing the action. I'm thinking he just lets it go. And Chris just has to fold. So Armando Annunziata to 27 million. I think it's remarkable there's still 8 players here. Average stack 16 bigs. It's a really good structure, like 1 hour clock. But you can see the big blinds. There's like, well, there's 130 big blinds between 8 players, which gives an average of 16 big blinds per player, which is super shallow. Like 3-bet, you're basically committing yourself to the pot. Again, all these players have locked up close to 26k for their work over this weekend. Even some of them have played as late as Saturday flight. This is the Romanian Ibirna folding. This is Armando. King Jack, 27 million. This table is crying out for someone to take control. Will it be this man? Armando Annunciata. He folds. This is Thomas Hadjic. Desperately short. 4.5 bigs. Now, King 10. 8 deuce offsuit. He folds. This is the Israeli Yanev folding. We're going to see a shove here from Carry On UK. Less than 6 bigs. Ace 7. All in rip. Christian folds. And now Antonio in the big blind with the 3 high. Will look down at his kicker and then give the cards to the dealer. So Thomas is all in here with pocket threes. Small blind is Antonio with the King Jack. King Jack small blind 5.1 million. I don't know about this. Small blind, big blind, it's a snap. But I think small blind here. I think I'll be letting this go, but he puts it in. King Jack. Now, what happens if Ovichu Birna wakes up with a hand? No, he snap folds. So first all in the call we've seen for an hour and a half. We're halfway through the 600k, 1.2 million blind level. Thomas Hadjic, pocket threes, and Antonio He was showing a lot of intent, Antonio. Has been for the last few days. Makes the call. Takes a punt here. King Jack. Turns out he's in a flip, but not great. Up and down straight draw for Thomas Hadjic, but he still has to fade paint. 10 on the turn. King Jack would bust him out. Look how focused he is. Needs to avoid the paint, and he does. Hits it straight in the end. Antonio gives a double to Thomas Hadjic. Antonio takes a hit, but it's not really hurting him that much, but still, biggest mistake you can make as the big stack is just giving these soft doubles. Eight players still in the mix. Now King 10 with his name in his hand. So 8 players still remain. This is King 10 raising with the King 10. And this is Chris in the cutoff with the Ace 9. Chris with 36 million behind. He's the chip leader. He lets go the Ace 9 and action now with Antonio on the button with King 7 suited. Can't really see him too much with this. Well, excuse me. Antonio looking to get involved, and now Ovidiu. Well, this is a great spot. Ovidiu Birna, Ace 9, small blind, 3-bet squeeze. Looks like it would work, you know. Just waiting for Ovidiu Birna to make his decision. He actually folds the ace-9. He lets it go. Great spot there. So we're going to see a flop between King 10, who's holding King 10. That's King 10 straight in front of you with the mask hoodie. And Antonio has flopped the flush draw. King 10 checks. Antonio is going to win this pot. $2.9 million. Antonio is going to take this down. Antonio wins the 5.9 million profit. Gets his stack up to 38 million. Good for the chip lead. So, carry on UK all in. King 10. And fold it right around to Thomas in the big blind position with the Jack 10, who lets that one go. So, carry on UK up to 13 million. Now, action once again. Carry on UK will be shoving 13 million, which is 10.5 bigs. Christian will be calling, I expect. 36 million ace jack. It's a close one. Christian Kiss. I think it's too strong a hand to fold here. Ace jack. Christian asking for an exact count. Thomas in the small blind with the 10-9. Oh boy, this is huge. Ace King. Compulsory call. There's the chips. Carry on. UK all in for his tournament life. Jammed with Ace Queen. And King 10 wakes up with Ace King in the big blind. Christian escaped disaster by folding the Ace Jack. So, showdown, 27 million pot. In the background there you can see the Frenchman walk around. What a performance he's put in. I don't care what happens. He's been one of the standout players and it's all over. The King on the board. King 10 punches the air, celebrating. Well, there's runner, runner, spade, runner, runner, queen, runner, runner for a straight, but it's over now with the 3 of hearts on the turn. King 10 hits his king, and we see the French player eliminated in 8th place. He'll receive 26,000 almost. Close on. Nods the head at the TD. He says, good tournament. Well done. The dealer just verifying the chip counts, but he's for sure covered. Well, perhaps not. Very close. I think he is covered, yeah. Well, that's remarkable. Carry On UK had the same stack size, and in fact he has 2 100k chips left. All in under the gun here. 200k. Big blind is 1.2 million. So he has a third of a small blind. So Jack 9-4, and that is quite amazing. No one's hit a pair. Carry on UK 10-5. Jack on the turn. The ace high in the lead. Deuce. Yanev. Big blind. Wins 6.2 million. With the 6-2 offsuit. So we are down to 7 players, and all of these players now guaranteed €30,400. Blinds are 600k, 1.2 million, still about 10 minutes left in this blind level. Now, Vidju, Barna, Ace 8, 8.5 million. I think it has to go in. 7 bigs. Interesting. Makes it 2.9. What happens if someone comes over the top? Suppose if things kick off, he can always get away from it. There's a 3, 4, 5 bet he can quite easily fold. Yanov Yaknin here in the small blind, he folds the ace 7. And Christian Kiz with Jack 7 in the big blind. Looks down at Jack 7 offsuit. There's your VPIP. Voluntary put in of chips into the pot. See Thomas, the tightest in this table. Tonio and Chris up top, no surprise. Yanov, of course, started out as chip leader. He's been pretty active also. Now, action with Ovidiu, Birna, under the gun with the King 7, 12 million stack, average is 23 million. Which is close to 20 bigs after the elimination of Carry On UK. This is Yanov. Well, Yanov has folded the ace-6, it looks like, so Christian small blind with the ace-8. These 3 big stacks are side by side, Yanov, Christian and Antonio. I'm surprised Yanov folded an ace there. But we're moving now to blind versus blind. Christian Kiss with the ace-8. $3.2 million total bet size. Antonio In the big blind with Queen 8, these are the two giant stacks. They're very similar stack sizes. In fact, they're the exact same. Now, Antonio with a decision. Does he continue? Does have the benefit of position. Well, Antonio is going to shove it back in Christian's face, it looks like, with a 3-bet. Christian, Ace 8, small blind. Antonio looks back down at Queen 8. These are the two biggest stacks. So a 3-bet here would be quite powerful. But Antonio decides not to clash. Christian, and Christian breathes a sigh of relief. He just didn't want to be faced with a 3-bet there. He'd have to surrender given the situation. And you can see the percentage of players with the pre-flop raise option. Yaniv, Christian, the highest percentage there. Now Armando, 24 million. He's been pretty tight on this table, but he's sitting with average stack 20 bigs. The only thing is this blind level is coming to an end, and we're going to be taking a pretty sizable jump, 800k, 1.6 million, which will leave just 100 bigs in play. Now, Antonio, small blind, ace queen. Looks like he's just limped with the ace queen, leaving the door open for Ovidiu Ibirna to put in a raise. The Romanian was just about to raise there. But does he sense something? He checks his option. That took a lot of discipline, believe me. Antonio was trying to get the money in pre. Ace Queen versus Jack 5. Gonna see a flop. Antonio's going to check this for sure. He's completely disguised his hand. He's going to continue with the story check back from Ovidiu, who's not buying it. Now Ovidiu's hit a pair on the turn, so it's going to be interesting. 2 million. Huge percentage of a stack. Wow, that is a huge percentage of a stack just gone in there, about 25% of a stack. He just has a pot-sized bet behind, and Antonio with an absolute lock on the hand. Antonio now makes 2 pair. Antonio with the decision, does he try and trap check? He does, but he gets the check back. The ace queen scoops the pot. I think Antonio pretty much got the max there. He squeezed another 2 million out of Ovidiu. Birna. Novicu just 7.1 million, which is 6 big blinds. Christian in the cutoff with the king 4, 36 million. And now the chip leader Antonio on the button with 5 deuce. 5 deuce of clubs. Folds. Novicu Birna with the queen 10 in the small blind position. Moves in, but you think he's going to get called here. Armando is well capable of recognizing what's happening here. I think this is a call. He's going to get a count, which is going to be 7.1 million. It's going to be close to 6 million for him to make this call, but a suited king for sure qualifies. Novicu is pushing here with almost any two. 6 bigs. What am I talking about? 5. Yeah, 6 bigs. 5 bigs for Armando to call. King 8 suited. I think this is a call. There is the call. Yeah, the Italian makes the right decision. And he's going to see the Queen 10. Novicu Birna says, good luck. Queen 10 versus King 8 suited. It's pretty close, 55% in favour of Armando Annunziata with the King 8 of clubs. Seven players. Well, King high board, but Novicu has the open ender, so any 9, any ace for the straight. There's 4 aces and 4 9s out there. Still has a lot of equity, but the 4 on the turn, not good for the Romanian. I don't care what happens, says Novicu. He misses everything. And that is 7th place for Novicu Birna. He will receive 32,400. I believe that's the end of the level. So break is the word from the TD. We're going to go on a 10-minute break and back to see the 6-handed final table. One of these players will be awarded €170,000.
seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
So 6-handed. Final 6 players. All these 6 players have locked up 39k, but it's 170,000 plus up top. So ace jack suited under the gun. Ace jack of hearts. Okay, problems for Thomas. He just has to go with this ace 10. Blinds are 800k, 1.6 million. It's just 5 big blinds. Ace 10 in the big blind. Thomas Hadjic. Wow, that's quite impressive. I just would not have that level of discipline to fold ace 10 there. That is outstanding. 5 bigs behind. Ace 10, well, Thomas has made a super fold. He just couldn't figure out a hand he was beating. And too expensive to just call the raise. Decided in the end to fold the ace 10. So we are 6-handed. This is Yanov Yaknin under the gun with the jack 5. Average stack 27 million, 6 players. Antonio in the cutoff. He folds. Armando Annunciata. Armando on the button with the king 7. Looks like 3.3 million. And Thomas 3-bet shows with the ace 6. But he's going to get snapped here, I think. It's not much back to Armando to call. A6 versus king 7. Thomas gets it in good. 57% favourite, but this is pretty close to a flip. 6 players. Thomas all in for his tournament life. This would bring him right back into the game, where the ace high to hold here. That's Yanov, the Israeli, taking his seat. King 7 for the Italian Armando. Raised on the button. 3-bet shove by Thomas. Snap call from Armando. Well, king on the flop is a horrible sight for Thomas Hadjic. He needs to connect on the turn or river. 4 on the turn, no good. Ace or ace only to survive. Thomas needs an ace, misses, and is eliminated in 6th place. The Italian wishes him the best. He will receive a huge payout, €39,000, which for a €490 buy-in, massive payday. So 5 remain, 46,400 for 5th place, all guaranteed 46,400. This really is exciting stuff, but I mean, it's still shallow. Everyone below 25 bigs, or 25 bigs and below, just 100 bigs in play. 100 big blinds between 5 players. Average is 20 bigs, 32 million, with the big blind at 1.6 million. This is Chris under the gun with the pocket deuces. $17,000 the difference between 4th and 3rd. But 72,000 the difference between 1st and 2nd. 5 remain. Christian opens under the gun, 4.3 million. Roll it around to Armando. Yanov in the big blind with the Queen 9 of spades. Now, Yanov with 10 big blinds moves in with ace-5 here. Well, this is interesting. This could be a call, you know. Pocket threes for Christian Kiss. It's huge. Lets it go. Decides against taking a flip. Yanov Yaknin gets a stack up to 20 million average. Stack is 32 million. Jan of the short stack, King 10 with 16 bigs, Christian with 22 bigs, 24 bigs for Antonio, Armando, Annunciata, 41 million, 25 big blinds. It's exciting stuff for all these guys. 5 players, all guaranteed. 46,400 euro. Antonio getting a walk with A3. Christian on the button with the King 9. This is Antonio on the small blind. Ace 4. Calls. This is Armando. Annunciata. He calls the small pair in the big blind position. King 9 for the player on the button, Christian. Ace 4 for Antonio in the small blind, and pocket 2s for Armando. There's 13 million in the pot. Everyone has missed this. Armando actually in the lead with deuces. Antonio does have a good shot, but I think if Armando leads out here, he'll take this down. Antonio with the good shot. 5 for the straight. Ace or 4 is good also. Seven on the turn. Armando checks back. King in the river. Well, Christian. Would have got there in the end, but deuces and sevens. Armando was about to fold there, I think. Two Italians great representation, the Italian poker community at final tables here in King's Resort. They really do perform well. 2 of the final 5 here, sporting the Italian flag, and then we have Christian, the Hungarian flag. We have King 10 from Greece and Yanov from Israel. Now pocket pair under the gun, Yanov Yaknin, 17 million. He folds the 4s under the gun. Yanov raised to 3.5 million. Christian folded Armando. Chip leader, sizable chip lead now. 30% of the chips in play. Ace 6 of clubs makes the call, and King 10 in the big blind position with 8-3 of hearts. Two 9-7, 4 still in the lead, but Armando, he's going to lead out here. 9-7 deuce board. Yanov snap folds the 4s. 60 million now for Armando Annunziata, the Italian, with a sizable chip advantage. Five remain. Antonio here on the cutoff. 10-5. Armando folds King 10. Pocket 3s. Yanov is the shortest stack. 6s. Has to call. Big moment. 3s versus 6s. King 10 all in for 23 million. Yanov Yaknin in great shape. Couldn't really have been much better. 32 million pot. It'll bring Yanov back up to average stack, and it'll leave King 10 absolutely decimated. It'll leave him with about 4.5 bigs. Nothing he could have done there. Blind v blind. Pocket pair. Has to let rip. And Yanov looks down at 6s, snaps him off. 9 King. That's Armando, chip leader. Four in the turn. Yanov on course to double. Needs to avoid a 3 in the river. Oh boy. Wow. Oh, that is brutal. 2 outer. King 10 has Yanov well covered. Three in the river. Elimination for the Israeli, the former chip leader. Started this final table as the big stack. And now busted out In fifth place, just 4 players remain. Four players. Average stack 40 million. Christian, 20 bigs, 32 million. Antonio, 30 bigs, 32 million. Then King 10, sitting on 40 million. Chip leader, Armando. Janov Yaknin busted out 5th place. His 6s got cracked by 3s, but he does receive 46,400. All of these players now guaranteed 55k. Christian in the big blind here with Queen 9, facing an under the gun open from Antonio. Antonio with $29 million behind. Christian 26 million. Very similar stack sizes, these two players. First to speak will be Christian. Flops the open ender. Antonio with the flush draw, straight draw of his own. Christian doesn't want to hit his 9, that would give Antonio a straight. It's an action flop. Christian going nowhere just yet. Queen 9, up and down straight draw. Queen is good. Jack or 6 for a straight. $3.7 million continuation bet from Antonio. Christian calls. Nuts for Christian. Queen 9, nut straight. And he's going to get paid if he bets this out. Antonio with a redraw to the flush. 17 million in the pot. Looks like 8,600,000, or is it 10 million? That's pretty sizable bet. 8.6, 8,600,000. Antonio with a draw to the nuts, so he's going to call here. He's getting 3-1 in his money. Wow, what a pot. 34 million in the pot. Christian with the nuts needs to avoid a spade. What a beautiful card from Christian's point of view. Complete blank. I'd nearly be tempted to check this. 34 million in the pot. Christian just 14 million behind. Antonio with 16 behind. Christian not getting paid for a value bet here. If he could find a check, Antonio has to shove. Too big a pot to leave behind. But this value bet in the river is going to end the hand. And it's going to put Christian up close to 50 million. I think Christian does have to bet it, to be honest. He's up against the 9 here way too often. Busted flush is the only, well, it's one of the very few hands we'll call turn. Fold river. That's some price Antonio's getting here. $9 million. Ace high. 5-1. Antonio does fold the ace high. Christian sitting on about 48 million. Blinds still 800,000, 1.6 million. Average stack 25 big blinds, which is 32 million. Well, sorry, it's 40 million is the average stack.
7 pass.
Four players remain.
3 call. 5 all in. 3 pass. Small, please.
Christian Kiss with ace 7 of hearts under the gun.
Full raise. 3.2. 3 pass.
Makes it 3.2 million. Action on Armando in the small blind position, and then the big blind is King 10, who looks down at Queen 3, shows the Queen, makes the fold. Christian, joint chip leader with Armando and Unciata. 4 players, average stack 40 million, which is about 25 bigs. Still about 30 minutes left at this blind level.
Three pass. Five raise. 3.2. Seven pass. 3-2. Two pass.
Armando takes it down. Brings him close to 60 million. Short stack on the left hand side of your screen there, you can see Antonio. Missed his flush. Against Christian a little earlier. 40 million average stack, Armando. Chip leader, 9-7.
Five pass. 7 pass.
Now, on the button, King 10 folds. This is Christian in the small blind position. versus the short stack in the big blind. The nut low, 3-2. Antonio getting a walk. That'll help. Super short, Antonio. Just about 10 bigs. 400 here at the Euro Poker Million. Million guaranteed in this event. Prize pool ended up to be 1.1. 170k up top. All these four players guaranteed themselves €55,000. Pocket eights for Christian on the button. Button raise with pocket eights. Antonio makes a loose call here with the queen jack off in the small blind position. And now Armando Annunciata with king queen in the big blind. And there's the 3-bet from Armando, and I think Christian just has to give these eights up.
12.6.
Huge 3-bet, 13 million. Christian just can't clash with the chip leader. This would be an absolute disaster were he to get it all in against Armando. And Antonio just sitting back with a couple of blinds. Going up the money ladder. The jumps are huge. It's 55k for fourth, and then it's 72,000. So 17, what am I talking about? Yeah, 17k in the difference between fourth and third. Well, I'm not liking this now, I'll be honest. Putting in another 8.8 million. Christian does have the benefit of the button, so he's going to be acting last. Antonio just has to get out of town now at this stage. He just can't afford to play this hand, not with queen jack offsuit. Its hand strength is a big problem. He's dominated here so often, and that's the case. He called a little light there in the small blind with the queen jack offsuit. $12 million behind. Has to let this go. Armando Annunziata with the King Queen. Christian Kiss in position with the pocket eights. There's 31 million out there. The average stack is 40. Christian with just a pot size bet behind. Armando has him covered. The king in the window. Armando connects. Big favourite. King Queen. Pretty much the nut kicker you would expect to hear from Ace King pre. So Armando can make a comfortable lead out here. Antonio would have flopped the open ender. Christian has to just let this go now. Pocket eights. I was surprised he made the call. Pre-flop. The Italian slaps the table. Then apologises. 75 million. Massive chip advantage. He's average stack for heads up. And you can see the state of play there, Antonio. Down to 7 bigs. Christian and King 10 sitting in the middle there. Close to average. Antonio desperately short and Armando well stacked. Last 15 minutes in this 800k 1.6 million blind level. All 4 players guaranteed 55k. But the pay jump is an additional 17,000 up to 3rd place. And then between 3rd and 2nd, there's a 27k pay jump difference. Then 72k the difference between 2nd and 1st. Colossal, each and every step. We're 4-handed Armando Annunziata here with the Queen 9 in the small blind. Limp here from Armando with the Queen 9, a check from King 10. Armando flops top pair, fires, fold from King 10, and Armando flashes the Queen, gets a stack up close to 80 million, which is half the chips in play. Under the gun, all in rip with the 10-9. Christian will look down at A3 and quickly fold. Antonio will scoop the blinds and the antes, which are equivalent to 4 million. Creases is stacked by a third. Armando under the gun here with King Jack suited. Makes it 4.6. Fold it right around to Christian in the small blind with 8-3 suited. This will be folded. Antonio here with an ace in the big blind, ace 6. May decide to make a stand here. Ace high ahead quite a lot. Well, if the short stack going to be folding an ace in the big blind four-handed, you just got to open every hand. 80 million now for the chip leader, Armando. Ace 8 of spades. King 10 under the gun, 32 million. 20 bigs. Ace 8 suited. Well, we're going to see a clash here. Armando, Ace Jack. This is Christian Kiz under the gun. 9-8, 35 million stack. Christian second in chips. Then we have the short stack Antonio. This is the chip leader. 86 million. It's good situation. All in. We're going to see a call. This has to be it. Pocket nine's too big a hand to fold. The problem for King 10 is there's a player sitting on just a couple of blinds. Antonio. It's just a few blinds. This is a big moment. It's worth thousands of euros just to stick around, go up the ladder. Well, this would be incredible if he folds this and he shows. Why would he show? I mean, if he's going to show nines being folded and the big blind, that's an open invitation to the big stack to just keep shoving into him. What's it? What does he need to call with? I actually don't mind the fold, but I have a big problem showing it. He's got to give the impression that he's going to call, try and keep the chip leader somewhat in line. But this is just open season now for the Italian. Antonio, 12 million. Armando on the button, 90 million. King 10, well, he's not calling with Jack 3. Now, Christian. Might be a different scenario for Christian. Ace 8. Is he going to stand up to the chip leader? It's hugely risky. It really is. You just don't want to go bust. Not with a player super short next to you. It's a crazy situation. You're burning money, but Christian puts in the chips to make the call. 10 million in the pot. Armando with the benefit of position. Both players hit. It's going to be all in here for sure. Going to see a chop pot some of the time. Continuation for Armando. Top pair. Now this is the problem for Christian. He's not really fully clear how good he is here hitting his ace. But just can't fold. Looks like a min raise from Christian. No, he just puts in the 4 million. We go to a turn. 7 for a chop. $10 on the turn. Armando has to check back. Big card on the river. Gives a split pot. Armando gets out of jail. Now, Christian. I think he's happy to get to showdown here. Might put in a very small blocking bet. Maybe 5 or 6 million. Well, he's going bigger. It's going about 9 million, 50% of the pot. It's going to get called. Snap call. Dealer splits it up. Armando still with that huge chip advantage. So still in the 800k, 1.6 million blind level. This level due to expire any moment. Four-handed at the Euro Poker Million. All 4 players guaranteed 55k, but it's 170,000 up top. Antonio down to 6 bigs. 91 million for Armando. Massive chip advantage. King 10 under the gun here with the Jack 5 off. He folds. Christian on the button. King 7 suited. He's in this real awkward spot of having a hand he can open with, but he just can't clash with the chip leader. Not with Antonio sitting there and just a couple of blinds. I think this is a mistake, to be honest. Antonio just getting out of the way, doesn't want to get involved. He's hoping to see these two guys clash, and he can earn extra money by just simply sitting back and not being involved. Armando asking exactly what the chip tax situation is with Christian. He's made it 4.2 in total. With the King 7 of spades, Armando has defended with the Jack 6 of hearts. Queen, Queen 8. One spade, no heart. Armando snap checks. Christian, King high. Backdoor spades, he's going to continue. Put in a small bet here. Just test the waters. 11 million out there. 4.5 million. Armando with absolute air, but he could put Christian to the test. This is the problem I have with Christian getting involved against the big stack. If Armando does make a move here, Christian can do absolutely nothing about it. And there you go. Check raise incoming from Armando. It's crazy. The freedom the big stack gives you. You can just make these moves. And like Christian has just tied himself up in knots here. Not a thing he can do. King high. He knows Armando's probably at it, but there's no guarantees. It's a guessing game. Three-handed if Antonio has busted. Yeah, let's do this. Let's get it on, but he can't continue here. There's no way he can call this. Christian. Highly suspicious, but there is absolutely nothing he can do except give his cards to the dealer. That's the gaffer. That's the captain of the ship. And you just got to fall in line. Particularly if you're second, third in chips. This is quite incredible. Wow, Christian is going to make a stand. The re-raise, well, no. He's flattered and he's picked up a flush draw. This is a remarkable hand. How Christian called that raise, I just don't know. I really don't. Not with Antonio. You can see Antonio there on the left. He's loving this. He's sitting on 5 or 6 big blinds. And he's going to earn himself thousands of euro if these two guys get it on and Christian goes busto. But I think Armando just has to put the handbrake on now. That's what he does. He checks. Christian has realised a potential flush here with that 9 of spades. This really is one of the standout hands of this final table. And in fairness to Christian, he just refused to be bullied. I mean, it's ICM suicide. It really is, but Christian showing his strength of character. That is remarkable. Absolutely. King high. No pair. Did pick up a draw on the turn. And how good does this man feel? Still four-handed. A shout out to my good friend Georgie Best, Mr. Mark O'Hare. From the island of Ireland. Thank you for tuning in. Checking out the stream. This is the state of play. Antonio with 6 blinds. Blinds are actually up now. It's 1 million, 2 million. So with a big blind of 2 million, 160 million in play. Just 80 bigs on the table, which is 20 bigs average stack per player. Bobby, I certainly am alive, particularly after that incredible hand. It was bizarre in a way. Crazy stuff, but Christian scooped a big pot and he's raising here, makes it 4.2 million under the gun. Armando with ace deuce. Now, action with King 10 in the big blind, who open folded the pocket nines to a small blind, all in when he was sitting in the big blind, but he showed the nines. So you're going to have players keeping that in mind. He's completely narrowed his range. He's down to 20 million, which is about half the average 10 bigs. In control here is Armando, but he has his hands full with this guy, Christian Kiss. 6 bigs for Antonio, 10 bigs for King 10. 4 players left in the mix. So, 1 a.m. here in King's Resort. Wish you the best, Bobic. Thanks for tuning in and looking after us once again. We'll see you next week for sure. This final table has been really remarkable. But right now it's Armando who's up top with 74 million. The average is about half that, 40 million chips, which is 20 bigs. All of these players have locked up 55k. 170,000 for first place. This is the short stack Antonio. One of two short stacks, but he is the shortest. Jack 6 in the bin. This is the chip leader. 10 deuce on the button. Now, King 10, small blind. Looks down at a premium. We won't be folding this, that's for sure. Pocket queens. How does he play it? Well, he puts the lot in, 10 bigs. Christian has a decision here, ace 4. Shows the queens. Antonio getting a walk in the big blind. Scoops the small blind, which is valued at 1 million. He'll post that now. Big blind is Armando. Under the gun, the player you see in the screen there. King 10. 12 big blind stack. Christian on the button folds. This is Antonio with ace 10 who shoves in the small blind into the big blind. He just makes sure everyone in the audience can see that he had a genuine shoving hand. Gets his stack up to about 17 million, which is 8.5 bigs. Christian under the gun makes it 4.5 million. Antonio on the button. Queen Jack off. Well, this hand cost him quite a bit earlier. He folds, but Armando here with a suited king in the small blind position. Armando is called here with the king 6 of diamonds and now king 10, and the big blind is getting very attractive price. 2.5 million to call. There's 13 million in the pot. He's getting 5 to 1. King 10 happy just to let these two guys fight it out. I'm surprised actually, that's a huge price in the big blind, but he is short. Christian makes top pair. Armando checks, we're going to see. A lead out here from Christian, and it'll bring his stack up to 50 million. Armando, absolutely none of this. Well, Armando is getting creative again. Perhaps not. King 6. Call pre. Christian makes top pair. Check, bet, fold. Christian gets a stack up to 60 million. Antonio under the gun 5-4. Fast fold. Armando folds the 9-3 off. This is King 10 in the small blind with just 19 million behind. 9.5 big blinds. Not sure what King 10 wanted to do there. Well, it looks like he wanted to raise. Oh, wow. Makes it 4 million, the minimum raise. Leaves himself with 16 million behind, which is equivalent to 8 bigs. Christian here has him absolutely crushed. Pocket nines. King 10 folds, leaves himself with 8 bigs. Christian now on par I believe, with Armando. Antonio posting 2 million big blind. 2 million big blind ante. Under the gun is Armando. 10-5 of clubs, he folds. King 10 folds. Christian here. Well, it looks like he's given another walk to Antonio. I mean, that's just excellent for Antonio. 8-3 off. Leaves him with 9 bigs behind. He'll post small blind. Nine 4 off suit under the gun is binned. This is Christian on the button. I expect him to open here again. Well, he folds. Antonio's going to let rip. Pocket threes. It's all going in. 8.5 bigs. Armando snap fold at the 9-5 suited. Antonio gets a stack up over 10 big blinds. He's sitting on 11 bigs now. Christian under the gun, King 9 suited, 4-handed, joint chip leader Christian. Two 2.5x with the King 9 suited. Armando. Ace 6, I just let this go. Small blind position. Folds. And now King 10 in the big blind. He's just 6 big blinds behind. Folds. Christian. Now top of that chip count chart. That King 7 of spades hand has proved pivotal. Antonio under the gun with the suited connectors, but there's no chance he can play this. Antonio is pretty decent short stack player in my opinion. Armando here with Ace 8 on the button. He opens. Pocket 6 as well. This is all in here for King 10. Christian will get out of the way and Armando has to make fast call here. It's just a couple of blinds black to him. And it's a straight flip. How's your luck? That's the question. Ace 8 versus 6s. So, big flip. 6 in the lead. Armando with the 2 overs. Ace on the board. Huge. Armando about to eliminate King 10. There's just 1-6 left in the deck. There was 6-5 of spades folded pre-flop. Queen on the river. The Italian gives a big hug to King 10. He'll receive 55k. All these three players now guaranteed 72,000 euro. That's the minimum they've locked up. And how did Antonio survive? Incredible. Well, he got a couple of walks, that helped. He's still there, 11 big blinds, anything can happen. If Antonio gets chips, I mean, the guy has a lot of quality. But this is Christian, we just seen on your screen. That's Antonio. And this is the chip leader, Armando. Blinds at 1 million, 2 million, still about a half an hour left in this level. $76 million, average is around 54 million. You can see there in the top right. Suited ace for Armando. Ace 8 suited makes it 6 million. 3x. Antonio with the Jack 10. Well, you'll see Antonio make a move pretty soon because he's nothing to lose. He's the short stack. He's gone up the ladder. He's locked up 72k. So you're going to see him make a move for sure. Button on Christian, small blind Antonio, big blind Armando. Ace Queen on the button. Christian kiss, 63 million. Blinds 1 million, 2 million. Oh wow. I mean, this is huge. Absolutely huge. Armando 3 bets, 15 million. Christian, ace queen. I mean, this is just sick stuff. Antonio just sitting back watching these guys knock each other out. All in announced with the ace queen, and I think Armando is getting the message loud and clear. Ace jack here, it's beating nothing. What's Christian doing? 4 betting all in with ace 10, no chance of that. Best case scenario is doing this with like pocket tens. Only hand really that Armando kind of stacks up against. More reasonable situation is queens, kings, aces, ace, king, ace, queen, jacks. Given the situation with Antonio just on a couple of blinds, Not likely Christian is going to do this with a hand weaker than ace jack. I mean, it's just not plausible. So I don't mind the 3-bet here from Armando, trying to establish order, lay down the law. He's the boss. That's what he's trying to do, but he's running into it every time with this guy, Christian. Christian has the goods here, and Armando's going to be smart enough to fold this ace jack. As expected, Armando does fold.
Put the cards in the line, please. 5 raise. 5 million.
Armando raising in the small blind with pocket 2s. Christian here in the big blind with king 10. I think he could just call the 3 million. Does have the benefit of position. Announces call. It's in 5 million. Going to go to a flop. Small pair versus 2 overs. Exact flip. But not anymore. Christian makes top pair. Armando continues, but he's run into it again here, Armando. Christian going to be calling here the 5.5. No reason to inflate the pot. Last thing Christian wants to do is raise and be faced with a re-raise. Just called here. Head quite a lot. Oh, ooh, boy, that's nasty stuff. 2 ball on the turn. This is going to be expensive. Set of 2s for the Italian Armando. Gives him the 100% check mark. 23 million. Sizing is just absolutely critical here. Doesn't want to go too strong. Scare away his opponent. I'm thinking around 7 or 8 million. Well, he makes it 9 million. It's going to be called. Christian. Not folding. Top pair. Not against Armando. But he doesn't like it. He senses something. But for sure he goes another street. And then reassesses. Not unlikely. His opponent would try and move him off. His pair on the turns. He's going to call here. There's the 9 million. What a pot. This is huge. And again, Antonio is just sitting back. He's just licking his lips, Antonio, at the prospect of getting heads up. Should these guys get it in on the river, and it's not out of the question. The 9 is it's going to slow things down a little bit. That was a king. 10 on the river. I think we would have seen the stacks get over the line. But the 9, a little bit of an action killer. Christian won't rule out the 9 as being part of Armando's holdings. Now, Armando, how big does he go? 41 million in the pot. 10 million, is that correct? 10 million bet? It's not called. Armando fist bumps the table. I'm not really sure about this. Thumps the table. A little bit aggressive. I do get it. This is... It's spectacular money. And these opportunities are few and far between. So I get the excitement. This is a really interesting three-way battle here. Antonio, the short stack, I mean, he's giving a masterclass, if you ask me, Antonio, of how to survive in tournament poker. He did make that mistake with the Queen Jack when he called in the small blind position. Then he quickly realised he got away. But for me, he's shown a lot of quality. But these two guys, Armando, you see there on your screen, still stacking chips, and Christian Kiz, the Hungarian. I mean, it's just they're playing every hand. Not sure what the story is there. 6 million raised from Armando. In complete control. 110 million out of 160 million in play. He's double the average. If he was, he has 2-to-1 chip advantage. If Christian was to bust out Antonio, Armando would still be 2-to-1. Chip leader, heads up. Wow, I'm just looking at translation in the chat from Antonio. I mean, is this true? Is that what Antonio said? Where's Bobic when you need him? Now, Antonio moves in. Ace King, 12 million. Armando will be calling with the fives. Small blind. Of course he has to. What? How does he not call that? 6 bigs. Got a call there. That's bizarre. What is going on? I just don't understand what is happening here. Now, I'd love if someone translated what Antonio's saying there. I hope what he's saying is, look, calm down, Armando. I'm reading all these comments in the chat about collusion. There's no collusion here, 100%. There's for sure no collusion. Not the way it's been played. I mean, we saw Christian give a walk to Antonio so many times. It's not plausible. There's zero collusion going on here. But I just found that strange fold with the pocket pair. But I mean, doesn't want to double up a dangerous player. Christian moves in, Queen 5. Antonio with the 9-4 folds. Antonio sitting on 6.5 big blinds. And Dime Light making a pretty sensible contribution in the chat there. Agree with that. This is life-changing stuff for these guys. And I mean, I've been watching Armando for the last couple of days. He's been 100%. All his interactions with players, his attitude, everything about him has been pretty good. But just himself and Christian here seem to be just rubbing up against each other a little bit. Now, Chris on the button with the 7s. Christian on the button with the 7s. $5.2 million raise. And now Armando with the Queen Jack suited. Actually 51% versus Christian's 49%. And this is pretty brutal stuff for Christian. It's not a bad flop at all for 7s, but it turns out to be the perfect flop for Armando, who's 88% on this board. And Christian is going to continue, and I don't blame him. Armando is going to check raise all in, and Christian ain't going to believe him. Big moment in this tournament. Christian Kiss, pocket sevens, button raise, called by the loose, aggressive chip leader. Jack 6-4. He gets check raised. This is pretty tough to get away from, given the history of these two guys. I mean, they're just continually clashing. The ICM has just gone out the window. Christian in a real tough spot here. Does he go with it? That's the question. Well, that is decent. That's a pretty decent fold. I'd be tempted there. Christian down to 22 million, which is 11 bigs. Now, Antonio on the button, 12 million, 6 bigs, it has to go in. Mandatory shove here with the King 10 suited. Queen 10 suited, this is close. Queen 10 of diamonds. Armando. Asking how much it is, well, it's 6.5 big blinds. It's going to cost you 6 bigs. Six big blinds. Decides that he wants to fold. And action now with Chris, who's going to call here with sixes. Christian has to make the call. King 10 suited. Pocket sixes. Christian in the lead, but it's very slight. Christian with the pair. Antonio with the 2 overs. He is suited. Huge moment. The Italians. Bit of aggro. Not sure what's going on here. TD asking the rail to step back. Antonio with the King 10. Ace 4-4, 1 heart, sixes. In the lead. Just look at the expression on Chris's face. That's Antonio. Needs to hit King or 10. 7 on the turn. This is a huge moment. It's worth thousands of euro. That's Antonio. He's on the way out unless he hits. He does on the river. Oh boy. Oh wow. Big moment. I don't know what's going on here. These Italians hugely emotional. Chris down to 3 big blinds. Chip leader. Not too long ago. Christian Well, he's played his heart out. He's been courageous. He's showed no fear. But you gotta run well. Armando Button, massive chip leader, 122 million. Christian, small blind, ace four, it's all going in. Three and a half bigs. Christian about to pull the trigger, and I think Antonio has to call. I think it's mandatory. Well, 5.6 million, he folds. I'm not sure of the mathematics there. I think that's a call. 10-6, perhaps not. One of you mathematicians might enlighten me. I think I'm calling there, any two. Christian on the button, 10-8, 6 big blinds. He folds. Antonio with the king deuce. 11 bigs. Antonio raises. Chip leader folds. Antonio sitting now on about 15 bigs. Well, a bit less. About 14 big blinds. Blind level 1 million, 2 million. And not long left in this blind level. All these three players have locked up 72,000 euro. But there's 100k in the difference between third and first. This is Christian in the small blind. Looks like it's Jack 8 for Antonio. Christian going to shove, I think. Besides against it, folds. Antonio with the Jack 8 in the big blind, he gets his stack up to 28 million, which is 14 bigs. Pretty explosive three-handed action here. It really is. Antonio seems to be most balanced player of the three, but I'm really liking Christian. I like his heart, his courage. Not afraid to get it in. This guy, for me, if he gets chips, will be super dangerous. Then we have Armando, who's absolute monster. He's all the chips. A lot of unpredictability about his play. You just don't know where you stand with him. Super dangerous player. Now Antonio on the button, 16 big blinds. Ace 9 button. I think I shove here. Ace 9. Well, given the big chip leaders next to me, I think about a 5.5 million raise would be the order of the day. There it is, 5.5. Perhaps 6 million. Now, are we going to see it go in? 7.6 million behind for Chris. King 10 goes in. Snap call on the backs. Ace 9 for the Italian. Antonio. Christian with the King 10. Antonio is favourite. Ace 9, 62%. €27,000 in the difference between third and second. Massive moment. It's quite remarkable to me that Antonio is still in this tournament. He just ninjaed his way to this three-way affair, and he could be heads up in just a moment if Ace 9 holds. Christian with King 10, the short stack. Just waiting for the TV producer to give the instruction to the dealer. And that instruction has come in. We're going to see a flop. 9 on the flop. Christian. King or 10. 10 of hearts folded by Armando. King or 10 needed. 9 or an ace would end it. Well, it's over. It's over for Christian. Antonio. Goes and gives Christian a hug. Now Armando goes over also, offers the hand, and they shake hands, which is great. And that's pretty great to see. And how often have we seen this all Italian affair? Heads up. We've seen it numerous of times. Huge Italian community. Overperforming in the live poker circuit, and they're heads up here for the 170,000. We're going to be back in 10 minutes. Do join us for the heads up battle then.
seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
That's the trophy. Euro Poker Million trophy. And there is the two players that are heads up. Two Italians. Antonio Abate versus Armando Annunziata. Head to head. Big chip advantage for Armando. Armando started this final table second in chips. Antonio was one of the shorter stacks, but in my opinion, Antonio, he played this short stack absolutely perfect. Just going to the right seat. Both these players have locked up close to 100 grand. 99,000 guaranteed. So they're playing for about 70k odd. That's the difference between first and second. Blinds are up now. 2.5 million is the big blind. Just about 64 bigs in play. So about 32 big blinds is the average. Of course, Armando with a very sizable chip advantage. Antonio here, King 4 in the button. 44 million versus about 117 million for Armando. King 4, Antonio. Is going to raise on the button here. Armando started the hand with about 117. Posted 2.5, big blind 2.5. BB ante. Small blind, which is 1.25. So, raising the button from Armando, and now 3-bet to 9 million from Antonio. Antonio shows the hand. It's 53 million in a stack, 110 million for Armando. Still 2-1 chip advantage for Armando Annunziata. Ten 4 in the button. Antonio. He folds. So, heads up for 170,000. Just a casual night of poker in King's Resort. Just to let you viewers know about next week. We have the German Poker Days main event. And that main event final table will be broadcast on Monday. That is the 14th. Bringing you all the action from that. 300,000 guaranteed for the 175. Always gets a huge turnout. And then that brings us nicely up to the World Series of Poker Europe. Here at last. What a festival. Definitely is one to relish. So, Ace King for Armando. 3-1 chip advantage now. That is Antonio. Really navigated his way very well to this heads up position. You really do have to tip your hat to him. On the button here, Queen 5. Antonio, Queen's in the big blind, no action. Armando folding on the button, having a smile. So, small blind posted by Antonio here in the button position. 1.2 million is the small blind, 2.5 million big blind. Jack 3 folded. Armando takes down the pot. Button moves. Look at that trophy. EPM. Euro Poker Million. What a memento. Of course, the money that goes along with the title. Pretty cool also. This is Armando. Annunziata. King, Queen of Clubs.
6 raised, 6.2.
Well, we could see a clash here. Antonio in the big blind with King 9. Now, King High board for maximum action. 9 high, 2 clubs. Antonio with King 9. Armando, big favourite. The King Queen 7 2 2. Both miss. 7 million announced. Well, no, 2.5. Antonio floats. 10 of hearts, he picks up the heart draw. Check, check back. Queen on the river. Armando makes top pair. Was ahead, but this Queen on the river will give him assurance. But Antonio is going to lead out. Looks to be about 9 million. A little bit less. 7.7. Armando, for sure. Continuing well. He jams. And now we're going to see 5-1 chip advantage for Armando Annunziata. 10 bigs left in Antonio's stack. Antonio on the button. Queen 5. It's posted 1.3. $5.2 million Armando with 10-9. Jack it off. Armando means business. He does look very focused, Armando. It's his to lose, really. Well, this is huge. Top 2 for Armando, bottom pair for Antonio, who continues for 5 million. Just a flat, I'm hoping, from Armando, which, sorry, it's 3 10s. He has trips. Ace on the river. Armando trying to induce action. Antonio doesn't fall for it. 23 million pot, it's huge. Armando folds his button. Antonio not getting any action again with ace 9.